Hello. Hi. I just had to get on this stream because I'm sorry, but the things I'm hearing about Miss Min Hee-jin is genuinely disgusting me, not only as a minor myself, but also as someone who sadly bought the album. Mm, I actually saw your comment after I went live. I saw your comment after, but yeah, I'll basically let you know what's going on. Min Hee-jin is a very well-known creative director from SM, and Hybe basically hired her, and she's the one who created New Jeans. Now, what I'm finding out now is that Min Hee-jin has a history of basically romanticizing and finding artistic beauty in pedophilia and Lolita type styles of movies. And basically, that's really odd because she is supposed to be the the creative director and the CEO of the company that New Jeans is under. I wouldn't be surprised either because that is like I feel disgusted and now I feel guilty because I bought the album, but like I didn't buy it thinking, "Oh, well, this is pedophilia," and I like I wouldn't even think that cuz I am a minor myself. I never thought about that. But it's just really gross. I personally, I didn't see anything gross about New Jeans' concept, but it's the fact that it's tied to her that makes it so uncomfortable. Yeah, I'm if you guys haven't bought the album, just don't buy it. Don't buy it. Please don't because it'll technically support Min Hee-jin. Me neither. I wouldn't. I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't have debuted my 13-year-old child anyway. I wouldn't have debuted my child anyway, but like now definitely I'd pull them out because what in the world? Like there is no way that someone actually greenlit this. What I also find quite disgusting is that people are bringing this up now. Like, I saw a lot of Twitter threads saying, I always knew this about Min Hee-jin. And that also disgusts me because how do you know about someone's pedophilic behavior and you keep it to yourself for years? Like, that makes me really uncomfortable as well. I also don't like how people are now sexualizing the girls as well. Um, that doesn't make me this is just an overall bad situation, and this is like a big example as to why we should not be debuting minors in the first place. Knowing the K-pop community, this is going to be pushed under the rug when the next huge scandal pops up. There's currently an NS not safe for work one that just came through, so I don't have hope. Ugh. The thing is, even on Twitter, because I looked on Twitter, and there's not a lot of people are just talking about how this is good, this is bad for Hybe's image. This is always bad for Hybe's image. The thing is, I don't care about Hybe's image. They keep screwing up with Garam. Like when it comes to Hybe and girl groups, why does it always have to do with the underage girls? Like First it's Garam, and now it's this whole group of underage girls. I don't understand what is with them. And like at this point, Hive doesn't want girl groups because if they did, they'd be a lot more smarter with who they are hiring. But let's be honest, Hive probably doesn't care because, I mean, do we remember the 14-year-old Jungkook dancing on the stage sexy with his bandmates when he was a minor? Like, Hive does not care about this stuff. Exactly. If you did always know this, then why didn't you speak up earlier? That's what I'm saying. Like, people are saying, ha, I knew this all along. Like, this is not your ha, cute moment. Why were you not telling people this? The minute, even the minute the news came out 2 years ago that Min Hee-jin was going to be in Big Hit Entertainment and that she will debuting a girl group, I should have seen all these massive tweets about how weird she is, but we didn't see that until it was too late. If we saw this earlier, then maybe we would have been able to stop her from debuting this group of minor girls. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Yeah, I only heard about Min Hee-jin from one person. No one is even talking about it. No one is. I on it she was trending in Canada for me for like 5 minutes, and now she's off it, and now it's just New Jeans. And there's one tweet that has a few thousand likes, but like that's it. That is totally it. I also just feel really bad for the minors, like the minor fans. Again, I am a minor fan, but I'm kind of an older minor, like I'm 16. So I guess I'm the age of some of the girls in the group, but I'm not like a minor like 10, 12, but I'm a little bit older, so I have a bit more agency. But I feel really sad for like the young minors who don't really understand that this is bad, that someone with this history is in the group, because of course they wouldn't understand. The people who are being victimized, like they wouldn't understand that it's weird for her to have these pictures. Some might, but a lot won't because they're too young. Now people are trending Wonho purposely flashing his balls like K-pop fans. Like I don't understand this objectification, this sexualization. One minute K-pop fans care about this stuff and the next minute they don't. Obviously Wonho is older, so he can own like his sexuality and his sexiness, but I feel like right now we need to talk about this. Like it needs to be talked about. People are trying to treating this the way they treat rumors, which this isn't a rumor. It's a very real thing. Like this is very real. These photos of her room came from her personal Instagram. So, and she has a track history of putting Lolita movie scenes kind of into K-pop music videos visually. Like, and it's kind of being treated as this disgusting, horrible trend. I don't want it to be. I want this to be talked about so that like something can be said, because it disgusts me. It really does. It disgusts me that this is even a thing. And it disgusts me even more that I bought the album. I bought the album, but I didn't think anything of it cuz like I didn't know who Min Hee-jin was or that she had a history of that. If I knew who she was before, then I wouldn't have bought the album or engaged in any of their content. But now, that's why I'm so mad people kept it a secret. Like these girls got 100+ pre-orders. Most of them are women, thankfully, but that doesn't even really make it better because women can be pedophiles just as much as men. But like it's scaring me. It scares me that this was kept so hidden for no reason. Basically, Hee-jin, she has a history of, I don't know how to explain this. Hee-jin has a history of romanticizing and showing artistic picture and visuals of lolitas and basically half naked girls, or pictures from movies where the plot is a young girl falling in love with a much older man. And she also has history of putting that type of scene into K-pop music videos and photo shoots. So now people are very much worried for New Jeans. I don't know if everyone's worried for New Jeans. I'm worried for New Jeans. I don't know if everyone else feels that way. Some people just like the drama of it all. And people be taking the wrong things from this situation. Like, no one is jealous or is attacking New Jeans. Like, it's the way stands are more. Exactly. I saw one tweet and it was like, this is nothing. K-poppies are just jealous of Hybe and New Jeans' success. No, no. Why are you defending this behavior? This isn't good. This is not good at all. Like, why are you defending this behavior? It's really scaring me. I honestly, can you still call someone a pedophile even if they don't engage in like the actual act of doing it with a young child or something like that? Because if so, then yes, she has very pedophilic tendencies. She's showing that. She might not be, but if she's not, then she's doing a really bad job at showing that. Because no normal person who doesn't sexualize minors would have pictures of young girls basically naked and in vulnerable positions in their house. No one would. Like, you shouldn't really have pictures of a little girl in your house in the first place if she's not your daughter and or I don't know, your sister or something. Like, why would you have pictures of a young girl in your house, like, in that compromising position? That's okay, Hyunjin and Juice. Like, I don't know if she's a pedophile, but she shows a lot of pedophilic tendencies, and it's very worrying. Yes, a pedophile is someone who is sexually attracted to children. It doesn't matter whether they act on it. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, so then if she's attracted to these kids, then she's most definitely a pedophile. Sorry, guys, I had to open the door for my family. And that's what's really disgusting about it, is that the entertainment industry allows these people to navigate and work with minors, which is why we get R. Kelly's and Harvey Weinstein so often, because people do not care about young kids in the industry at all. Like, they do not care about young kids. And we get creeps who get to work with them, and then the people who know their behavior just stay silent because they don't want to lose their position. And it's really scary. Either that, or people just didn't think much about Min Hee-jin just based off the fact that she's a woman, because sometimes that happens in a lot of these cases with minors. People really won't suspect it if it's a woman, because people could just see it as, oh, like, she sees them as a mom or something. Like, she feels like a mom to them. but it can be a total different thing. Hi, Tangerines with Sugar. Basically, Hee-jin, the creator and CEO of the company that New Jeans is under, uh, has a lot of pictures of little girls in compromising positions and just somewhat naked in her room. And she also has history in the entertainment industry of showing not images, but it's kind of like, how do I explain this? Scenes from movies that she's watched of Lolitas in K-pop music videos. I should probably like put an article link so then when people come in they can know what's going on. I might do that so when people come in they can just research it, because obviously I'm not going to have everything on article, but it's all there. I could give you the Panchoa article because that's kind of where it started. Let's see. Yeah, I'd literally be terrified. I don't know how involved Heejin would be with the girls, but still, it's so scary to think about. Well, apparently, the youngest one, Hee-in, literally, Hee-in went over to her house and they had dinner and went to the bookstore and stuff like that and just got to know each other. So she's definitely like involved. She's definitely involved with them, like firsthand involved with them. So that's what makes me even more uncomfortable. I need like a good article about this. Yeah, the young 13-year-old. And she went to her house. Like Hien went to her house and it was said in the article directly that she said they went to her house or she went to her house and I need to find it should be at the top here. Nope. There's only like two. Okay. Like the whole news about this thing isn't even trending on my Twitter. And it's so hard to find it. I'm just going to have to go to my own Twitter. Okay, here's what she said word for word at her grown age of 43 years old about Heian. Usually, in a situation like this, people choose to talk about the youngest one, right? Laughs. Our youngest member is cool and sophisticated. She came to my home one day and we ate together, went to the bookstore, and walked around the neighborhood, talking about this and that. There was a passing awkwardness, but after a while, it felt like I was taking a walk with a friend. She's got so many talents and amazing skills. She's young but thoughtful, with that innocence they have at that age. I still remember bathing in her refreshing energy, and the sublime weather only added to the effect. Like, it's the fact that it's the fact that she's in this situation with the 13-year-old. Like that's what really has me uncomfortable. It's the fact that she's in this situation with a 13-year-old knowing who she is. That's what really makes me uncomfortable about it all. And this isn't just something like, this is not just something that's just on Stan Twitter. It's basically something, it's spreading all throughout Korea as well. I shouldn't say all throughout, but Korean netizens are also talking over it. Of course, you're going to have Korean netizens who don't think anything of it, but adults describing children as sophisticated or mature is an immediate red flag for me. It's giving predator trying to justify dating a minor. No, because that's giving the exact, like when seniors try to get with freshmen because no other senior will date them, and they go, you're a lot different than the other freshmen I know. You're more mature and you're just older. So they can get into their pants. Like, that's what I'm getting at. Hi, Nabby. Hi. I'm making a video about it right now. It's honestly so concerning. It is. Like, I don't know how this ever became a thing. Hybe is one of the weirdest companies. I don't know why Hybe is navigating like this when it comes to their girl groups. Like, I never see this much of a mess up with Hybe's boy groups. Like, this is weird. This is weird. But honestly, when it comes to the minor accusations with Hybe, maybe it's not that weird because one, Hybe let Garam, a 15-year-old girl, get a bunch of sexual threats and stuff from Chinese netizens, just everyone, and they did nothing about it. Then Nikki dancing to Fever, which should have never happened. Like, if you're going to debut that young minor in a group full of, not older men, but legal men, don't have him dancing like that in Fever. And now New Jeans with Min Hee-jin, the weirdo who has a thing for young girls almost naked. Like, is it that hard to think smart? Like, you think a company as big as Hybe with all their managing teams, like, they have a big building and they have a bunch of employees and they still can't get this right. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I feel like Hybe is setting girl groups up because every single girl group except G-Friend, but even they disbanded them early, has been cursed. Hybe just has a problem with debuting girl groups because Promise 9 is fine and G-Friend before they disbanded were fine. But when it comes to debuting their own girl groups, they can't get it right. They can't get it right ever. Like, they can't. Maybe Hybe doesn't want to get this right. Yeah. I'm starting to think that Hybe just doesn't I'm starting to think Hybe doesn't care enough about girl groups in general or just female idols in general. So when this stuff happens, they kind of just throw whatever. Like, this situation could have easily been avoided by one, not debuting like 13-year-olds, and two, just don't hire Min Hee-jin as a creative director. And then also Garam's situation could have been avoided completely too by just checking what happened and not being stupid in your statements. They just screw it up for girl groups all the time. And SM is getting back at her and spreading this around because she left. That's just my conspiracy at least. I could see that. Cuz this might also be a rumor, but I swear I heard that she didn't leave on good terms with SM. But the thing is, I swear, I don't think SM is debuting minors anymore. At least not 13-year-olds and 14-year-olds anymore after she left. I think the youngest one they ever debuted ever since Min Hee-jin left was Ning Ning, and she was literally 17 on the cusp of 18. So not too terrible. But uh, I don't understand why Hybe is acting like YG. Hybe is acting like YG. I don't understand it either. Like at some point you have to get better. You have to get better. I'm sad now. Yeah, it's very disheartening because they have good music. They have good music. It's and that's the sucky part about it. Like the music and the concept as a whole isn't bad. Like if you put this on Stacy, this concept would slay and like people would love it. But it's the fact that it's tied to Min Hee-jin that's what makes it so uncomfortable, so sad. So it's worrying people knew about this and but now are saying this. That's what I said before in the live. It's so worrying that this was somehow known, but no one ever said anything. Like when I read the news on Twitter for the first time, like a year or two ago, that Min Hee Jin was in Hype, I did not hear anything about this. No one said anything. Maybe if you dug deep enough, you'd see a tweet or two, but there was nothing trending about her being this weird person. That's what's most alarming that people enabled her to be able to go this far to create a group of young girls. That's what's so alarming. You know, I bought the album. People who have been here for the beginning of the live are probably so annoyed by me saying this again. I bought the album, so I indirectly supported them. And I hope the girls, if they still want to be idols, I can't hate them for that. But I genuinely hope they are okay. I genuinely hope they are okay and that nothing sketchy is going on because this seems very, you know, I hope their parents have a very watchful eye on them and that they will make the right decision for them because this is very very, as long as they keep quiet, as long as they keep quiet, they think it'll go away. Fortunately, they might. Oh, they're obviously going to keep her. I have no hope in high that they would ever. Hybe will never defend one of their idols, but they sure will defend one of their employees who is most definitely not a good person. We don't defend we don't defend idols at Hybe. We defend employees who have pedophilia in their work. That's who we defend. Not our idols. That's stupid. I feel like Hive just can't handle their monopoly. They need to size back, in my opinion. They do. They do need to size back. I This all went downhill after Hive became this big label. Like they don't know how to handle their stuff. Well, technically they couldn't handle girl groups literally when they were just a small company. They just don't know how to handle their groups. And it's crazy because I used to think Hybe could handle, well, Big Hit formerly. I used to think they could handle their groups because of how well BTS did. But honestly, if I'm thinking about it, there's a lot of instances back then where BTS wasn't managed well. So the signs were there that Hybe's not an amazing company. But yeah, it's now being shown more that they have more groups to manage. They're stretching themselves too thin. They don't know how to handle all these groups. Isn't she the same lady who worked with FX? Yeah, she worked with FX. She was also the lady who worked with Taemin. And oh my gosh. Okay. There's one thing about Taemin that really shocked me. So Taemin has this, he debuted as a minor. Some of you might not know that. So there's this photo shoot of him, like when he was a minor, of him basically posing sexily shirtless. Min Hee-jin was in charge of that photo shoot, and she didn't tell Taemin that he'd have to be shirtless in the photo shoot because he didn't want him to work out, because he wanted him to keep soft, like a soft boyish sort of, you understand what I'm trying to say? Like, she's weird. She's very weird. And I don't know how this didn't get out to anyone. I wouldn't be surprised if someone said something and like it was on a variety show and people just laughed at it, because there's a lot of messed up stuff that gets told on variety shows and everyone just laughs because like no one wants to confront the odd stuff that goes on. Yeah, it's weird. You could tell that they cannot manage their budget for their lives. Like, look at the difference between the MVs for Hot and Stay This Way. Mm-hmm. they just they don't. Big Hit wants their cake, but they want to eat it too. The thing is, they don't know how to bake a cake, so they just make this weird, terrible mush of a company, of a label, and then they put sprinkles and icing on it and they expect it to taste good, but it's not good. It's a mess. It's a mess. They've expanded too quickly. It caused them to become very unorganized. Yeah, they just, I don't know. Hype just expanded way too quick. They're in over their heads. I remember people saying that you shouldn't say that about Hype because they know what they're doing. Look at BTS. Let me be very clear. Yes, Hype did good at marketing BTS, but BTS, I this is going to sound corny, but BTS is BTS. That's why they made it, not because of Hype. Hype didn't have to market them a certain way for them to make it. Maybe in the beginning, but solely based off BTS's music and personalities is why they kind of got far. Hype, in my opinion, weren't the full pushers of them becoming who they were. I think it's very much Hype got lucky with having BTS. Hype just was lucky enough to get those trainees and to debut them. I'm thinking that if BTS were in another company, they would have still risen and that company would have became the new Hype. Obviously, Big Hit does play some role. I'm not trying to say, oh, they're not successful or they're not good with BTS, but like I'm not going to sit here and act like they're amazing and that they just did everything right, because BTS, yeah, BTS carried BTS. They really did. Honestly, Promise was so much better before Hype for me. Like, even musically, used to get songs like Love Bomb and Fun, but now Hype is remixing the same song. Oh my, okay, because I actually liked Promise Nine's first comeback with Hype. I liked it. The second one, it was okay. It was okay. They're all starting to sound the same now, though. It's really, it's so weird. Like, I don't know what it is with Hive. Friend probably would have been the same thing too. Like, Apple and Mago are not the same, but they were giving a similar vibe, you know? And that's what I'm worried for. DM and Stay This Way was so bad. You see, DM wasn't terrible, but I do think it was somewhat overhyped, and that's the problem. But it's definitely not their best. it's not their best at all. Bye, Nabby. Bye. But yeah, I don't want to fully blame this on Hybe because Hee-jin's a grown woman. She knows what she's doing. But also, Hybe, you're a bunch of grown people, so you should know who you're hiring. I swear, they act like they don't know who they're hiring or who they're, putting in groups. They have less problems if they knew like who they were hiring and what's their deal, what's their history. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they knew who they were hiring and they just didn't care because Hype's just terrible like that. There's too much new music right now, and most of it is literally the same with no vocal differences or different genres. Yeah, that's why I personally have branched outside of K-pop. I still love K-pop, but I definitely have been listening to other types of music because you have to. You have to. How couldn't they have not known? That's what I'm saying. Hybe knew. Hybe knew who they were hiring. Hybe knew who she was. They just didn't care. Hybe knew everything. I wouldn't be surprised. Hybe knew everything. Even when you look at BTS, who have been active these last few years, Hybe managed them horribly. Like after Butter, it went downhill. They misread the market, and BTS were blocked by fourth gen girl groups. Yeah, like I believe that BTS's success mostly came from their music and just who they were. I don't think they would have been as famous if they were managed by Hybe and it was a set of different boys and different music. The music really, like the music and who they were, really helped them, in my opinion. And now they're losing relevancy while groups like Blackpink that haven't had even come back for 2 years are still relevant. I feel like BTS is like Psy. Like Psy is irrelevant, but he's still relevant. And that's how I feel like BTS are. And this isn't hate at BTS like at all, but I feel like they're relevantly irrelevant. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you'll know they have a comeback, but will you really tune in? Because are you expecting amazing music anymore? I'm sensing a trend for Hyde. Yeah, especially when it comes to girl groups. Always messing them up. Always messing them up. Whether it be due to not managing them well or just not hiring people who could actually make the group good, who aren't problematic. BTS made themselves who they are, like they were busking for the longest time, and I'm not even an army. Yeah. Like BTS made BTS. I have to give them that. That's why I'm happy they get shares of the company or whatever, because Hybe knows it for a fact that if they didn't debut BTS with the 7 members that they have, they wouldn't have been anywhere. At least they know that. I'm just really disgusted. I'm really disgusted. Like, ugh. It makes me so uncomfortable. Okay. Here's what I think you should do. If you like New Jeans music, stream it illegally. Do not stream it on official streaming sites. Don't watch the YouTube videos. Stream it illegally. That is it. Do not give any of your coins to Hybe like I stupidly did. Do not do that because you'll just, how do I say this? You'll just allow this behavior to continue. A lot of the times we complain about things, like even I'm an example of this, but in my defense, I didn't know who Hee-jin was before I bought the album. I literally found out right after. That makes me angry. Sorry. But if you don't like what Min Hee-jin is doing, if you don't like what she stands for, and if you don't like that Hive is basically enabling that, do not give your money. Do support illegally, which means download the music illegally, stream it. So that means the money isn't going to anyone, you're just streaming it illegally. I do that with a lot of artists that I like, but are just not they're not it. Like Yet to Come was just the opposite of what we wanted. Yet to Come was meant to be a comeback for the K-pop fans, not the Western market. And they didn't give us a proper title like Fake Love. Yet to Come was just a disappointment because I feel like they were kind of selling it as like a, for you guys who missed the old BTS, well, here we are. But it didn't really feel like that. It felt like they were hanging nostalgia over our heads, but not really giving it to us. It was a very cheap example of nostalgia. Hi, Sumi. Hi. I know it's sad because like it's like it's cute cinematography, the concept is cute, like the songs are good. It's just the person behind them is not, they're not good. Okay, yeah. If you want to know how to I can't believe I'm teaching this. If you want to know how to stream illegally, basically you go to the YouTube video, or I wouldn't go to the YouTube video because it has like a skit before the actual music starts. So search up Attention or Hype Boy or Hurt audio, then you paste the link of the video, copy it, and then paste it into one of those YouTube to MP3 things. You'll find them online. They're mostly free. And then download the song, and then you can put it into whatever like illegal streaming app you have. There's tons on the App Store, whether you have Apple or an Android. Or there's even a way, recently I found out there's a way to even put illegal songs on Spotify. So yeah, there you can do that. If people really need an instruction to do it, I'll post like a YouTube video on how to. It's very easy once you learn how to do it. I had to do it before I got Spotify Premium. What were your sources for Min Hee-jin? I want to read up on her. This sounds terrible that I'm saying this because I hate getting stuff on Twitter, but it was on Twitter, and it's not like stupid evidence like that is a, oh, maybe. It comes from her Instagram, like her personal Instagram with pictures of her house. Let me find the article. Okay. Okay, I'm going to paste the URL, and then I'm going to pin it. Because, oh my gosh. And then I'm going to pin it. Let's see if this works. Does it work? Okay. Yeah, the article works. So if you want to learn more basically about what is what with her, and why it's so alarming that she's managing minors. Um, yeah, you can read that. You can read that link of an article. Also, if you can read Korean on the hot trending page, the queue, it's filled with Min Hee-jin posts plus reacts. Yes, there's a lot. I would not be going on here and talking about how weird this is if there was not indefinite proof of her being very shady. There's indefinite proof of her being very shady. She literally outs herself. Like, no one has to do it for her. She outs herself. Bye, Hee-jin and Juice. Bye. I feel like all big three companies are gonna crash in 5 years if they continue being like. Although, if I feel like SM won't. I'm not trying to sound like an SM stan. I promise. I only like aespa and Red Velvet. I have a feeling SM won't. Well, if they keep having all these idol controversies about saying, the N-word and stuff and not being culturally intelligent enough, they might. They might crash and burn. But I don't know. Hive, if they continue the way they're going to crash and burn. And if they debut another girl group and these stuff happen again, people are going to start talking about it. I know I'm already talking about it because it's weird enough that it's weird that they always have this problem with girl groups. Like, they can never debut a girl group properly. Yeah, she shared a lot of Lolita stuff on her own socials. Yeah, she's not even trying to hide her weird side like some of the Hollywood weirdos who try and hide their weird side. She's literally out there showing it as some artistic piece. It's not as weird. As long as twice, as long as twice are there, and maybe Itzy in a few years, JYP will be all right, and maybe Stray Kids too. Hmm. I feel like SM Entertainment somehow is the one cockroach that will survive no matter what, because they're technically kind of the source of the K idol business. Yeah, they're just SM is that entertainment company. Like, they had Hot, Shinhwa, SES, BoA. Like, in my opinion, SM will survive every generation because they are innovative in what they do. They may not always be the best when it comes to controversy, but I feel like they just do better creatively. Like, they do better with that. So I don't see them leaving, especially because a company staying alive, it all depends on Korea, to be very honest. It really doesn't depend on what we think of them nationally. It depends on the Koreans, and Korea loves SM Entertainment. Like, people's parents grew up on SM Entertainment idol groups, and they will too. It's like a generational thing for them when it comes to SM. So I don't feel like SM is going anywhere. They have too much of a standing. Whereas JYP, I don't know. I don't see it as the same thing. And YG maybe, but YG doesn't do enough. Like, YG is standing on its name alone, whereas SM is standing on aespa, NCT, and just their other senior idols who are still in the business, whether it be acting or music, I hope with her a conversation will be brought up about pedophilia in both Korean and Japanese music industries because they are so, oh my gosh. Don't get me started about the Japanese idol industry. It's actually sick over there. It's actually sick. People think debuting just older minors like 15, 16 is bad. Like in Japan, literally sometimes they'll literally debut you at like 12, 10 when you're so young, and then you'll age up and you'll get older and older. That's like is bad in the Japanese industry. It's so terrible, the Japanese idol industry. And I feel like it's a lot worse than Korea, but they're very similar. Korea, I feel like it's a lot more hidden sometimes and it's harder to see. But in Japan, it's very much out there. It's very, very, very much out there. I liked J-pop for 2 to 3 years ish, but I could never get myself to stand those big groups with super young girls in bikinis. Like, no thanks. Mm-hmm. Like it's very uncomfortable. I'm happy Sakura got out, but now she's just in another industry that does the same thing. But at least she's not a minor anymore, right? Cough cough. AKB40. Mm-hmm. I swear, the girls in those group have to have trauma. They have to, because that is actually insane that they're debuted so young. Treasure is a top selling group, though. I'm not worried for YG. True. Treasure might be YG's like last string to hold on to, and maybe Baby Monster. What if Baby Monster debuts minors? That'd be really. Mm, mm. I doubt it will ever be addressed in Japan because they literally laughed at a congresswoman saying she wanted to protect minors from the exploitation of porn. The men in the room laughed. Mm-hmm. Japan is not very forward thinking when it comes to the rights of minors or, women. So, female minors, no, they will not care. I think if there's a big company falling within 5 years, it's Cube. They only got G Idol doing well, but they too will disband at some point. Yeah, Cube might fall off the face of the planet, to be honest, unless they make like some crazy amazing group. Because I'm sorry, guys, what's their name? I Chillin', or is that their title track name? I don't keep up with them, but they're not going to like. They'll be maybe like top 50 favorite idol groups in the fourth gen. Lightsome. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. They're not going to be they're not going to I don't think they're going to save the company. I'm very sorry to people who like their music. They're not going to save that company. And if they did, the company would screw it up for themselves by doing something. Hyde loves to shoot itself in the foot, so Japan irks me so much. Japan is frustrating. Ugh. The way people glamorize it because of anime. Like I like Japan too. Well, not Japan. I like anime too. But at least I know that Japan isn't all cracked up to be. Like I know I like the creativity of Japan's anime business. Even their anime business has pedophilia. You have some weird self-inserter shows. Like lollies are a thing. Lollies are like the ultimate Lolita. They're like 600-year-old fairies that for some reason have to look like 7-year-old girls. And it's totally okay to sexualize them because they're not minors. They're not even human. They're fairies. So they're supposed to look 7. That is the mind of someone who likes that content. Just all around, little girls can't catch a break. That's what I'm just getting at. It is not safe for little girls to be in the entertainment industry in any capacity. Even in America, have you seen Disney stars? Like, they always end up so messed up because that industry is not for them. Is not for them. Like, this just isn't an industry for a young child to navigate in. It's not. Some animes are weird. Like, why are female characters being harassed? Exactly. Oh, what's this one that I used to watch? Um, Seven Deadly Sins. I just had to stop watching it because the main character guy kept grabbing up on the girl's boobs and she just kind of took it. And I was like, this is weird. Like, why is that a thing? And why is it trying to be portrayed as comedy? Or Mineta from uh My Hero Academia. Um he's like, his whole shtick is being a creep. A lot of, you know, a lot of humor in animes, in those types of animes, have to do with being a creep. That's why I usually watch shojo, which is anime made for girls, usually made by girls, and it's a lot better because the girls get to be their own person and they get to stand up for themselves. Don't get me started about this. The whole porn industry is just terrible. It's terrible. The whole entertainment industry is just messed up, and it really it objectifies minors and women, and it's very bad. Like, sexualization of people who shouldn't be sexualized sells so much, which is really scary. At 11 years old, 11 years old, like, what were we doing when we were 11? I don't know, like, I was reading comics and playing with my friends and being a child. No, I would have not been able to be a star, someone who has a bunch of fans. Have you seen Blend S? The main couple is a 16-year-old with a 26-year-old, and it's treated as a joke. Like, it's weird. I don't know why it's so normalized in today's society to just let this stuff slide. And it's really uncomfortable because, me being a girl and still a minor, like, what does that mean? Like, does that mean there's people who walk around and they just watch this stuff and they don't care? Like, if they could have their way with any minor girl and it was legal, would they do that? It's like, it's really uncomfortable. It's really just gross, and it sucks because this is basically the reason why women and young girls don't feel safe sometimes when they're around either men or just older people, because they get taken advantage of in any form, whether it be in life when they're just living, or in the entertainment industry when they're being over sexualized. It's really disturbing. Sorry, but I'm just going to say that had never and will never be empowering for women ever. It's not. It's not even made for, like, women. It's not an industry made for us. It's not an industry made to empower us or make us feel good. It's supposed to objectify us and make us feel like we're less than. That's its goal. It's just for some male power fantasy. Harms should not exist, period. Harms are bad too. Like, just any form of media that makes a woman seem like they have no agency in any shape, way, shape, or form. Like, it's just it's gross. I keep saying Idol should debut 17 plus minimum. Yeah, minimum. At a minimum of 17. 17 should be the youngest you're debuting. You're almost out of high school. Like, it's your last year. You're going to be an adult soon. But it would be great to just have 18 plus idol groups. I don't know why that's such a weird thing now. 18 plus idol groups don't occur the way they used to. Like, it's not a thing. And it's always been a thing where they were debuting minors. It's always been a thing. From first gen, they've been debuting minors. All the way to fourth gen, it's been a thing. Y'all realizing how the idols just keep, like, I think Lisa would be the youngest, then 08 liners popped up. Exact, like, 08. You're just entering high school. You're just entering high school. Someone from 2008. You should not be in an idol group dancing for a bunch of grown men. You should not. Like, ugh. Lisa doing that sexy dance thing with the tie really disgusts me. Like, she's a year younger than me. It was truly sickening. It's so, I don't get it. I don't get it. And Le Seraphim, Garam, and Unche never should have been doing that floor choreography, bumping their butts on the floor. Excuse me? And then Hybe tried to make it better by saying, "Oh, we took it out of the choreography. That it's all good now." I mean, okay, thank you, but you should have never thought to put that in the choreography in the first place because you know you're working with children. Oh, what was that show even called again? My Teenage Girl, or is that I don't know, but it was very much weird. Like, there were 08, maybe 09 liners in there. Like, that is really weird. Really, really weird. Even the name for that show, My Teenage Girl, sounds, yeah, suspicious. I don't understand why you would even think to my it's because they know that that will garner a bigger audience with men, because men like girl groups because, I don't think I have to get into that, but you know what I mean. So like middle school graduates. And I just, to step back from just the grossness of it, you also just have to think about where your headspace is at when you are in middle school, just starting high school, even in high school. Like, I'm 11th grade. I'm going into 11th grade next year. I'm going to be turning 17. And I just know me mentally, I don't think I'd be ready to be famous to that capacity. And a lot of people could say, "Oh, well, that's just you. Maybe those idols are ready to be famous." But the thing is, they don't have a choice whether they're ready to be famous. They're told about this glamorous idol lifestyle. They're told that they're beautiful enough to be in it. And then once they get in it, they're told that they're not beautiful enough. So then they have to get plastic surgery. Then they're told, "Oh, you're not thin enough." So then they stop eating. They start eating less. Then they're told, okay, well, you're going to have to dance in this choreography in these outfits whether you like it or not, because this is going to make you famous. And their whole goal is to be famous. That's why they go into these that's why they go into these entertainment industries and they start to debut, because they want they want to be famous. So if they're told that they have to do this and this to be famous, what's going to stop them from doing it? They want to be famous. They want to. So it's not crazy that they'll do anything that these companies ask them to do, because they're children. They don't see, like, oh, well, isn't it weird for me to be humping the floor? They might not feel comfortable with it, but they see that their agency is telling them, well, if you don't, you're not going to be famous and you're not going to make money. And all that you did to become an idol is going to be worth nothing. And they're going to feel bad, and they don't want to leave this job because it seems so glamorous to them. And then they get older, and like Boa did, they realize that, man, I missed out on my childhood because of this, and it's terrible. Men like Innocence, y'all realize how Twice is treated differently for more. I feel like Twice got more girl fans after they went a little more mature, in my opinion. It's I feel like that's another reason why the cute concept has kind of been moved away from. Maybe there's more of a talk about how maybe we shouldn't be having these people do cute concepts. But now they're making young kids do sexy concepts, so yeah. Yeah, I doubt a person younger than 16 is truly capable of understanding the contracts and how legally binding stuff is. They're not dumb, but you feel me? It's really complicated, even for adults. Yeah, I'm not trying to sit here and say like these idols are dumb or that they have no idea what they're getting into, but they probably know they're going to have to work hard, cut off things like social media and stuff like that. But I don't think they really understand the true impact it will have on them and how terrible it is. If you guys have watched Everglow Up's video that she recently posted, like, um they like they don't know that they're going into this, they don't fully understand that they're going into this industry of like, or at least they kind of understand that they're going into this industry of, judgment and a lot of pedophilia, but they don't see it that way, and they see the end goal of being famous and getting sponsors and living that lifestyle. And it seems really amazing to look to be in. I mean, you there's probably some little girls now looking at One Young and thinking, wow, um it's so amazing. She has all these sponsors and everything. Maybe she wouldn't have had this if she started at a later age in life, because she started when she was 13. So maybe I should start being an idol at 13, so then I can get everything she has. And this isn't blaming One Young. One Young is a victim of this industry as well. But I'm just saying that they'll see other children or teenagers living that lifestyle, and they'll see that they started early, so they'll want to start early. And then groups will keep debuting these idols earlier and earlier. Ever Glow Up's videos? Nah, never heard of her. No, but her video that she recently made was really good. If you guys haven't watched it, I really suggest you do. It's a very, very good video, very informative. It has to do with body image and just the K-pop industry and how it can affect the idols and the fans. It's really good. When I heard a woman was making a group, I was like, yay, women making music for women. But boy, was I wrong. Yeah, like That's what sucks about it. I really thought it was going to be like, oh, this creative woman is going to make sure. I said to myself in my head, I was like, okay, a woman's directing this. That means that she's going to make sure that these girls are treated like humans and that they won't be objectified. Because if she's debuting them young, I mean, she better be doing that. But no, no. You can do I feel like Promise is a pretty okay example of bright concepts that aren't super baby like. At least what they're doing now is fresh like concepts that aren't baby like, and they're grown women. I feel like it's possible, you know? Like imagine overnight going from a normal child to a life filled with criticism that they'll never be able to wash away. It's like it's a permanent change. Isn't that terrifying? It's all glam, no exactly. It's I could not imagine. I could not imagine. Especially it's just especially in the K-pop industry. Like it's definitely bad in the US industry, but I feel like I don't know, I feel like in Korea it's a lot harder, like a lot harder because they expect everything to be perfect. Don't get me wrong, the Hollywood, the LA industry expects that at some point too, but I feel like it's even more pushed in the K-pop industry. The American industry wants you to be perfectly relatable. The Korean industry wants you to be perfect to the point they see you as a god. And that's crazy. Like they want the population of Korea to see you like as this perfect being, the epitome of what it means to be perfect. Perfect body, perfect voice, perfect face, perfect hair, perfect clothes, perfect weight, everything. And you throw that on a child and they won't be able to live up to that because they're not a child. Like or sorry, they're not perfect. Like they're never going to be perfect even after they're not minors anymore, but they're children. It's weird. We are all talking about big groups that are destined to make it. What about all the minor idols and new that won't break into? Yeah, that is another big one we have to talk about because I've watched videos and the things that these K-pop companies, these small ones, will make these minor girls do, like basically they'll get donations from, you know, strangers that they don't know. And sometimes the young girl idols will have to do things, and even young boy idols too, will have to do things for they'll have to do favors in exchange for these donations of money and stuff like that. It's really gross. It's really disgusting. Like, it's really weird. A great video is You're Not Sexually Liberated, You're 16 by Matt. I love this video. I love that video by Madison Brown. It perfectly encapsulates what I think about this whole movement of sexual liberation for minors. Like you are 16, you are 13, you're 12, you're whatever. You are not sexually liberated. You need to go to school, you need to play with your friends. You are a child. You're young. You don't need to feel sexy because you shouldn't be feeling sexy. You don't have to think you're ugly, but the opposite of ugly is not feeling like you look sexy. It's just being content with yourself and being happy with how you look. You don't have to be sexy in order to feel good, especially if you're a minor. Especially if you're a minor. Like the whole thing about sex appeal was made for men in the first place. It wasn't made for women. And I'm okay with older women reclaiming their attractiveness. They can do that all they want. They're older. I do not care. But it's the young woman, like not even women, it's the young girls who are doing it. And it makes me really sad because you are a victim. Like you are an actual victim and you're not realizing that. It's like do you guys remember like Danielle Kahn or whatever her name is? Like that's a good example of you are not sexually liberated. You are a victim of this cruel system that we call the entertainment industry. Some Nugu entertainment trap idols in general, mostly preying on females, both adults and minors. It's really scary. Yeah. It's just very uncomfortable. And I feel really sad because like what do you do in this situation? I feel like there's nothing to do except not to engage in the product, as in don't stream, don't do stuff like that. But at the end of the day, like that's also not going to change as much. Like it's already been done. The damage has already been done. They already have 100,000 plus pre-orders, and apparently that's just from K-Town for You. That's not even considering the Weverse pre-orders, and I'm sadly a part of that. I hate that, but I didn't know. I wouldn't have ordered if I knew, and I still feel bad about it. I might try to find a way to get a refund. But it's just so it sucks too, because like the song is good. The songs are good. The concept is pretty good too, but it's too uncomfortable to even like. I did order New Jeans. I literally ordered the album like maybe 30 minutes before I saw that whole Twitter thread. I felt so sad. I felt so upset. I was like, "Oh wow." Cuz like you can literally see my community posts. Like I said on my community post, "Oh, I bought it. I caved in." And I made like a funny joke about my wallet. And then literally a few minutes after, maybe an hour after, I was like, well, damn. What's the point? What is the point? What is the point? Yeah, don't be me. Don't pre-order for new groups. I don't know, pre-order for like old groups. Like I pre-ordered BTS's Map of the Soul Persona album. I don't regret that. I love the album. It has a few skips, but whatever. But yeah, don't pre-order from Nugu groups who you don't know anything really about them yet. Don't get lost in the sauce. Don't get obsessed with everything, because reality is often very disappointing. I hope New Jeans can be transferred to another label under Hybe. I could probably see that happening. I don't see Hybe removing Hee-jin, but I feel like they could move New Jeans if they really felt like they were getting a lot of hate and losing money for it. But they probably don't feel that way, since literally these album pre-sales have more pre-orders than aespa's Girls, was it? aespa's Girls, which is crazy. Bro, I know damn well Wanyang is suffering inside. Like, bro, when you think idol, Wanyang is like the prototype and sponsors everywhere, the it girl, but girly gets flamed for everything. Wanyang has to, like, I don't say this as like, oh, she needs to be struggling, but like, she has to have some type of, you know? Especially because she got plastic surgery so young. So young. Like, and she literally got hate for eating a strawberry. She got hate for eating a strawberry. They called her a pick-me for that. They can't let her breathe. She has to be struggling in some way, shape, or form. When she's older, I wouldn't be surprised if she said like it affected her. Oh, hi, Revel of Haru. Hi. Whew. I'm sorry. If you pre-ordered NMIX, I am so sorry. See, because it's bad then because we really didn't even know their concept either. It was like a mystery box for the pre-order thing. And it was like, oh, you'll see then. At least I knew what the aesthetics were and the music. Y'all didn't know nothing. So, I don't know. You can still get the pre-order benefits on Amazon even if you order like years and years later. Yeah, you can. Pre-ordering is kind of stupid, low key. I just don't do it. Like, here's an example. Not a music example, but like I'm a casual gamer and I play The Sims 4 and it's stupid to pre-order. Like I did that once with The Sims 4 and I was so so upset. It was so glitchy. It was actually terrible. I spent my hard-earned coin on that and it really frustrated me. Just don't pre-order. Wait until the product's there. And if you really want the posters and stuff, buy it online because people will resell and stuff like that. It happened with YG2 with Hyunsuk, that creepy CO dude guy. He stepped down, but he quietly remained in the company in a position of power for years. Yeah. Companies will say whatever they want so the company so the public feels good again and secure again, but just know that they never truly take action. They just make you think they took action. It's the same thing that happens all the time. Like Hybe's gonna make a statement about this if it gets super huge, and they're gonna say we're taking action, we're we're making sure that we know the facts about Min Hee-jin, but do not worry about the girls. Like something like that, some BS like that. And there's gonna be the Hybe stands who eat that up, yum yum yum. People who eat it up, and then it's gonna be like, we found out that Min Hee-jin might have done those things. So what we're going to do is we're going to make the girls of New Jeans debut, but we're going to make Min Hee-jin step down for a bit so she can reflect on her actions, meaning that Min Hee-jin is going to go into hiding and Hybe's just going to make you forget about it by something else. Like don't you just love Hybe and how they do not care? They're going to say that we're checking the facts. Yes, we're checking the facts to make sure everything's true. What fact do you have to check? It's on her Instagram. It's on her Instagram. What facts do you need to check? Oh, she just has it on there because, I don't know, her friend put it on there as a joke and she just took a picture behind it because it's so funny. Like I can't. They're always defending the bad people, but never defending their idols. Sims 4 is so upsetting to see CC makers do better. It really is. Oh my gosh. My Sims 4 game would be nothing without mods, which is why it's killing me right now because I updated my game and my mods are not working. So upsetting. On the Q hot page, there are like 4 threads on her out of the 20 topics maybe. And that's a pretty big amount for 20 topics about her. It's going to get around eventually and Hybe is going to have to speak on it. okay, it's weird in the context of like I would only expect you to call a child beautiful if that's your own child. And it wouldn't be in a way like, oh, she's so beautiful that I'm attracted to her. It's like, wow, she's so beautiful. Like when mothers have their babies, they say, wow, they're so beautiful. But like you shouldn't be saying that if you aren't connected to them in that way. It's weird. It's weird. The comments on the queue from KNets are concerning. Well, because it's it's just kind of normalized for people to make an excuse for why it's okay for a minor to debut. It really is. I played Sims 4 religiously for a year and one day woke up and realized that having to put ice packs on ice packs from overheating was not healthy. What? Ice packs. Okay. Honestly, when I start making videos again, I'm going to put all my CC in a hard drive and delete the game and Origin. I always do that when I start making videos again. One, because The Sims 4 really makes you procrastinate, and two, it's too much data, especially if you have CC and like you need CC to play that game, you need mods. So definitely um definitely will be getting rid of after I finish summer school. Yeah, there's a difference between saying your niece looks really cute versus Heejin having minors as muses and having them shirtless. Like there's just a difference. There's a difference between like you can compliment a child for looking sweet and nice, in a non-weird way. But like or like when you see a kid and you're like, "Oh, they're so cute." But that's completely different from going, "Wow, that kid's so stunning. I'm entranced by their beauty and and I need to take pictures of them shirtless to really exude their beauty." Like that's weird. It's very weird and odd. Bro, K-pop fans need to open their eyes for once and use common sense. You know damn well it's not right, and it being K-pop isn't an excuse. Truly, I I need people to realize that. I also need people to realize that this is not an attack of the girls. I'd like in no way when I come from Min Hee-jin does that ever translate to those girls. They have done nothing wrong. They just want to be idols. They just want to be K-pop stars. They want to dance and sing and have stands and have albums and wear nice clothes. That's all they want to do. They have no problem in this. This is none of their fault. But it needs to be talked about because it's a problem. It's not going to be talked about as widely. I don't think it will. I think people will forget about this like next week. But and I was reading about Brooke Shields, who Min Hee-jin is apparently obsessed with, and yeah, if y'all don't know Brooke Shields, please research because it's weird that it's weird. It's weird. It's very very. Mm, I don't even want to talk about Brooke Shields because that makes me uncomfortable. Her, mm, if y'all want to know about it, please just search it for yourself. I don't want to get into Brooke Shields, but just know to it's weird for her to even be obsessed with that. Y'all are joking. The oldest member isn't 2000. The oldest member is born in 2004. Is there like 3 2004s, one 2005, and then one 2008? Like, that's weird. I got to go to sleep now, but thank you for going live. I love you so much. Thank you. That one meme, that it is weird. It's weird. It is so weird. Also an '06 liner. I'm an '06 liner. Like, yeah, that's basically to sum it up. Brooke Shields was a minor. She was a minor who was basically abused by the industry. It's quite literally terrible. It's really gross. It's really disgusting. Ugh. So that's why it's so odd for Min Hee-jin to be obsessed with that. Yeah, the oldest is an '04 liner. Like, are don't are '04 liners not the people who literally just graduated high school, or is that '03? It doesn't matter either way. It's way too young, in my opinion. Way too young. It's too young to be the oldest. Maybe I'd be more understanding if she was the youngest, but she's not the youngest. She's the oldest. Hello. Hello. Hi. And if you want a lot of informative stories on how problematic the child entertainment industry in Hollywood was/is, YouTuber Sloan, yes. Yes, yes, yes. You guys have good suggestions for YouTubers to watch. Please. You and just firsthand interviews of these childhood actors, you can just tell that, like, you know, things are fishy. Things are very fishy. And some things are literally just known, but they're not cared or talked about. What's her name? Jeanette McCurdy. Do you guys know the show iCarly? That might be something that's niche, I don't know. But the girl who played Sam, um she's a child actor. She has a lot of stories of how I haven't even gotten into how parents can be the direct cause of their kids suffering in this entertainment industry. Like, we talk a lot about the companies and stuff like that to hurt the kids, but sometimes it's the kids' own greedy, dirty parents who harm these children. And it happens so frequently. The girl I was talking about, Jeanette McCurdy, who played Sam in iCarly, is an example of that. There were times where she didn't want to keep going, where she didn't want to do it anymore, but because her mom, her family was so adamant and controlling of her, like, she didn't get that. Some parents truly make their kids the breadwinner of their family by pushing them into these entertainment shows even if they don't want to. An even worse example is Drew Barrymore, whose mother was so abusive and terrible that Drew was going to clubs from the time she was 10, 12, and she was drinking and smoking and doing drugs at that time too. Because and she was basically in these compromising positions with a lot of older men and older people around her, and, like, this was all by her mother, and it's absolutely terrible. And a lot of the times you'll see Drew Barrymore, she's like a '90s actress, she's a little older now, you'll see her kind of still be in touch with her child side because she never got to really experience that. And you see a lot of these idols and movie stars especially, who debut young or who get into the industry young, they go to substance abuse, drug abuse, and it's very much it's a sad situation. The only child star I've seen somewhat come out of that industry unscathed is Zendaya, and I think it's because Zendaya's family was truly for her. Like, that's what I'm getting at. Her family was truly for her. I don't think they ever let anything slide when it came with Zendaya, and that's why she's such a strong person today. But a lot of these Hollywood, like, child actors were abused by their parents and just totally taken advantage of. I don't know if that's the same for K-pop, but um it it I wouldn't be surprised if there are some parents of K-pop idols who kind of push their kid into that industry because, you know, they want their kid to be famous. You have to watch this documentary called The Most Beautiful Boy in the World about this actor called Bjorn Anderson who was exploited at the age of 15 for beauty and it ruined his life. I've seen trailers of that. It does entice me. I have to put that on my watch list cuz I've seen trailers of it and it does seem interesting. Thank you for reminding me of that movie. Zendaya is truly a miracle. She is. She came out of that industry unscathed. Well, I can't say unscathed. She could be suffering somewhat on the inside from it. But from what we've seen, she hasn't really lashed out in any way where it's concerning. An example of, her co-star, Bella Thorne, did not come out of it unscathed. And I heard Bella Thorne is doing a lot better, but it was definitely a bumpy road. Same for people like Miley Cyrus. Selena Gomez was okay. She was okay. Parents who want to live through their kids. That's a lot of Dance Moms, for example, is a pretty good suggestion of parents who kind of live through their kids. Like, oh my gosh. Dance Moms is actually a nightmare. I like even the girls themselves a lot. Mackenzie Ziegler, if you guys have watched Dance Moms, she said that she had to get therapy because that show literally traumatized her so much. I remember watching Dance Moms like one summer ago with my mother, and it was terrifying because like not only were they subjected to these grown women having like physical and verbal altercations all the time, but their dance teacher was very weird with them and just super terrible. And my poor girl Nia, ugh, the racism she had to endure from her dance teacher, terrible. I'm just like, damn, you wonder why things like this keep happening. And it's always fame and money, but at the cost of someone else's sanity. And these are kids. It, like, at some point, I just have to wonder why we have child actors and stuff like that. It's really, I don't think I'd be able to put my kid in an industry that hurts them the way they do. I don't think I could. Toddlers and Tiaras is worse. That show is actually it should have never been made. It's the pageant system, the fact that there's a pageant system for toddlers where they're half naked in like a bunch of makeup dressing for a grown adult men and women to judge them is just scary and weird enough. I don't know why that's even a thing. Like, it's actually scary. The way toddlers are being dressed and treated. It's like, yeah, half naked. They'll be in like, imagine like, how do I don't know how to explain it. Like, imagine like drag queen outfits, I guess, but on children, on little tiny children. And they have a bunch of makeup and they're told to like dress sexy and pose in front of a bunch of adult men and women. And they're basically judged on it and they win prizes and money. Honestly, sounds like child prostitution. And it just sounds weird. Or CP. It sounds weird, you know? Another problem with child stars is that the kids never get the same hype attention once they grow up, and some of them cannot handle that. Yeah, because here's the thing, if you grow up thinking that your worth is based on how many like how much attention you get by the media or how much people like you on this certain TV show, when you don't get that same amount of praise since you've gotten older, it's going to take a toll on you. You're going to feel like you're not worth it, which is it's bad. Or you're going to feel like you have to go to extremes just to be relevant still, just to stay relevant. That's why a lot of child stars, and it also has to do with apparently a lot of children, a lot of child stars, like they have to act younger than they are on TV shows. Like there's a lot of times you'll see these 17-year-old teenagers, maybe even 18, having to play 16-year-olds in Disney shows and act young, and they have to act young outside of the show to keep the immersion. So when they're finally off the contract, they literally act out as sexually as possible. Like even if they don't want to, because they want to show the world that I'm grown. I'm grown and I'm not a kid anymore. And they act out crazy because they want to be seen as older. Because they are older, but they were playing a younger person. To be honest, I only came from the ballet scene, but even super small kids are expected to change their clothes in front of other parents as well, male or female, or in front of kids of the other gender, etc. You like just entertain that, like they don't take into account the kids' well-being. It's not taken into account. The kid's well-being is not taken into account unless the parent makes sure of it. Like if your parent makes sure that you are helped and that nothing bad happens to you, well, then you might get the help you need. But if you aren't taken care of by your family or your parent, like just expect anything to happen to you and no one's going to help you and you're just going to have to deal with it on your own, but you can't because you're a child. You don't know how to deal with that stuff on your own. It's not something you should deal with. Like their careers literally end once they grow up, and like, bro, your life hasn't even started and it's already over. That's also weird too, that like your career ends once you grow up. Like there's very few child stars that actually get to go into older roles. And a lot of the times they don't get to go into those older roles because people still see them as children, even though they're grown adults. Or like they'll have to keep their brand because no one will let them change it, even though they're grown. Or how they treat these kids when they hit older. Like, oh, I remember hearing that you guys know the twins, Mary Kate and Ashley. I remember hearing that there was like a whole celebration online that was happening when the girls turned 18. Because now that they're 18, we can sexualize them and make fantasies of them and we can do whatever we want with them because they're adults now. Like it's very creepy. I never felt comfy as a kid having to change in front of other people's dads or even moms. I feel the exact same way. It's I I just can't feel comfortable. I don't feel comfortable changing unless it's in front of like my mom, and she's the only one. My mom is the only one who could ever be in the same room with me while I get changed. I it can't be anyone else. I don't feel comfortable with anyone else because I am a girl and also I'm an older girl. So I have like, the things that girls have. And I didn't want anyone to see that. Cuz just your body as a girl can be sexualized even if you're just changing your clothes. So it's not comfortable. Oh, and the way they hire 20-year-olds or even 30-year-olds to portray school students in school, and yeah, Riverdale did that. They literally hired 20 to 30-year-olds just so they could have sex scenes, like vulgar sex scenes that were and just sexual content in general. They do that so they can have, you know, I did just hire teens and just don't include sex, because if you're selling this to teens, you don't need to include sex. Like you don't need to. But who are you selling this to? Adults. But it's a show about high school, so why should it be centered to adults? Whatever. Me too. I loved Mary Kate and Ashley. I had like I don't even remember. I had a lot of cassettes of their movies. I loved their movies. They were so good. So that's why it's so disheartening that they had countdowns for when they would be legal. I'm not surprised that they left the industry, but was it Mary Kate or Ashley was dating like this 40-year-old guy for a while, or this really old looking guy for a while, and everyone was really worried about him or her. But I heard they broke up, so that's good. Like when they're young, they have innocence and are treated weirdly. Then when they become adults, they get sexualized. Yeah, it's either one or the other. Like it's either one extreme or the other extreme. You can never just have it like a child star will never be able to grow up normally in the spotlight. It's never a thing. Even though Zendaya turned out fine, it's not like everything was normal. A lot of people had to get used to her literally just being Rue in Euphoria. A lot of people had to learn to understand that the girl is not 15, 16 anymore. She's older. She's she's legally allowed to be in a role like that. Yeah, and apparently Billy's dating an older guy too. That's another thing. A lot of these young girls always end up dating older guys. You might know this 90s artist Aaliyah, and apparently she got married to R. Kelly like at 17. What's It's terrible that she's 17, but what makes it even worse is that it's R. Kelly, the infamous R. Kelly. Should have seen the signs of him being a major weirdo. Oh, ugh. That's why I don't really like Oprah Winfrey. She knows how to make buzz, but she does that at the expense of celebrities' well-beings because she knows that the normal population who aren't famous don't really care about celebrities and their well-being. That AK, oh my, The heavy rotation MV is so creepy. I don't know how these things get passed. I don't know how these things ever get passed. Like how are you able to do that and not get called out? Look at Olivia Rodrigo and her ex-boyfriend who was like 26 and she was like 18. Like why are people like I don't like I'm sorry, I don't like the idea of younger girls dating older guys. Like I don't even care if they're 18. Okay, they can do what they want, but if I find out, I'm not going to be comfortable with it. Like cuz the thing is I really doubt that these 18-year-olds dating these 18-year-olds dating these like 36-year-olds, I doubt that they met right when the person turned 18. They probably met them when they were like 15, 16, 17, so not of age. And then they grew and then the person turned 18 and then they started dating. That's what makes it uncomfortable. Like grooming. That's what makes it uncomfortable. It's because I find it very hard to believe a lot of people just like I find it hard to believe that these couples where the girl or even the guy is 18 and then the other spouse is 30 something, 40 even. I find it hard to believe that they just met right when they turned 18. It doesn't make sense. I remember hearing about that, and her parents distanced R. Kelly from her, and she even had a hard time trying to work with other producers because of it. Yeah, it just Aaliyah's story is so tragic. She even I swear she made a song about it. It's such a good song though, but like the tones behind it is y'all know the Aaliyah song "At Your Best." I think that's very much about R. Kelly. The whole age ain't nothing but a number. Um, that's a whole. I feel like that whole album is about R. Kelly, which is really uncomfortable because the songs are bops. Like if you just separate the meaning from it, they're bops, but they're not. No, it's not cool. Heteros have so many fish to choose in the big dating pond. For them, certain age gaps are 100%. In the gay les dating scene, age gaps are a bit more normal due to less matches. Yeah, I can understand that. But like, it's not this, like you said, it's not the same for straight people. So I don't know why. I don't know why. Like, these 36-year-olds are telling me you can't find another straight 36-year-old who's the opposite gender of you. Okay. Okay. OMG, OMG. We need to talk about the victim blaming because I see way too many. She's in the industry. She has to deal with it. She's asking for it. Then don't become an idol. Comments like, ew. Oh my gosh. Okay. People need to understand that when you're young, you do things because you want to. You don't really think about, oh, the effects for in the long run because you're young. Why would you think about the long run? You only start to think about the long run once you hit maybe, I don't know, junior year, senior year of high school, which you're basically going to become an adult. But when you're 13, 14, 15, like you're not thinking, oh, well, me joining the industry, all of this stuff is going to happen. So obviously, like, I shouldn't become an idol. Like, these kids just want to be famous, make money, dance, look pretty, and be adored by everyone. Stop blaming them for just wanting to have fun. Like, don't blame them. Blame the industry that tricks them into thinking that doing what they do is the way to live a happy life. Like, wanting to be an entertainer shouldn't be a bad thing. It shouldn't be a bad goal. It's the industry itself that just ruins it for everyone. No profession is an excuse to be preyed on. to be sexualized in general, even for adults, to be bullied or to be harassed for whatever. It is never okay to hurt others. Exactly. It's so weird to me how not just K-pop, but just the industry, and not even just the entertainment industry like movies and music, but even as small as YouTubers. And I mean like big ones who have huge platforms. I just find it so sad that it's become so normalized that like if a YouTuber gets hate or anything, or if a star gets hate or an idol gets hate, it's like, well, you had it coming. You chose to be in the public eye. So now you have to reap the consequences. But the thing is, you shouldn't have to, like, to be an entertainer doesn't mean to be hated on and to be sexualized and basically not taken seriously. You want to entertain people because you want to make people smile with your entertainment. You want to show people an entertaining side of you. You want to give information. Maybe if you're a YouTuber, you want to give information or you want to show your creative side. You didn't come into the industry of any kind to be hated on. It's so sad that people really think that a good excuse for hating or for being malicious to people with a platform is they asked for it. It's so victim blamey, and I can imagine some people truly take it to heart, and that's gaslighting. It's quite it's disgusting. It's just so upsetting that the internet hatred is being normalized by saying, "Oh, it's part of the job." Like what? It is. It's gross. I've never understood why we find it so normal to be so heinous to people who just don't like they just want to live their life. They just want to have they just want to show you what they have to offer. They don't want to get hate. TV is actually harder to find matches your own age being queer. Not everyone can afford to travel either. That's why there's age gaps in the queer community. And that's understandable because if you don't have a lot of options, you're just going to have to try and go for someone. Always be careful, especially gay boys/men. Sarah, true. People think just because you have a K-pop channel that they can send you hate. Oh my gosh. There was it was when you guys know my one sentence unpopular opinions video? There were so many comments that I had to delete right away because people didn't agree with them. And I'm like, okay, you didn't agree with my opinions, but they attacked my character. Some of them called me the N word. Like, I got insulted. One of them called me a dumb woman. I was called a dumb liberal woman and stuff like that, just stupid things. And I was like, I I don't get it because I don't think I did anything wrong. Like I didn't hate anyone in that video, at least not from my knowledge. So it really shook me to my core because like how are you going to be mean to me? You don't even know me. You don't even know who I am. You don't even know like my character. You only know me through one video because these people were not subscribers and they weren't people who watched my channel on a regular. They were just weirdos who thought it was okay to be mean and to just be awful. Such a normal thing for people to do with K-tubers. People love to harass K-tubers. I you do not have to like us. You don't have to like K-tubers. We aren't forcing you. Literally, if you don't like us, don't like us. Okay? That is perfectly fine. I am not going to cry at night because Jungkook Oppa 123 on YouTube doesn't like my unpopular opinions. But don't be hateful because I'm just a 16-year-old girl. I'm young. That sounds like I'm trying to say I'm young. I can never make mistakes, but like I'm just trying to make content about a genre of music that I really like. And I didn't even make that one sentence unpopular opinion thinking they were facts. I kind of wanted to make it so that people could have a discussion down in the comments. And there was. I saw a lot of people in the comments, even if they disagreed, they had conversation. It was really cool to see because I don't usually get that engagement on my channel. But it was really it was so heartbreaking to me because I know I didn't do anything wrong, but I just felt really upset that people would go so far just to be mean to me. I deleted those though. I deleted those and I've kind of moved past it. I now understand that those people aren't happy with themselves and they obviously don't have a life outside of K-pop if an opinion can make them go feral and use racial slurs. They obviously do not have a life outside of K-pop, so they need help. They're hurt, obviously. It's sad because K-tubers try to provide some form of entertainment or platform for K-pop discussion. Yes, yes, yes. They especially I'll be honest, I don't get a lot of hate because I don't really do controversial stuff. Like I know you guys have seen my channel. I'm not really the controversial K-pop YouTuber. I do like fun little videos that, they get 400 views and they're nice, they're fun, whatever. But like big K-tubers who actually make commentary and who talk about the music and what they do and don't like get so much hate. It's so sad. I can name them because I'm not talking bad about them. Vixo and Everglow Up are two examples. Now, you don't have to like either of them. I don't really care. But I think we can all agree, whether or not you like those K-tubers, they do not deserve any hate that they get. The hate is so unsolicited. It's so shocking. And it doesn't just come from YouTube, because if it did just come from YouTube, I don't think it would be a lot. But it's because the people who hate them that watch the YouTube videos will hate them on other platforms. So other people from other platforms just do whatever. Like it's it's crazy. Even the K-tubers that don't try to be problematic get hate. It's always been like that. I do not understand. K-tubers just get the most for doing like nothing. And then when it's K-tubers who actually do things that need to be talked about, it's not even talked about properly. It's not. The weird part is they're hated for having their own opinions. Yeah. Like they're I don't understand that. Like it makes me confused because you don't have to agree with everything a K-tuber says. I've never agreed with everything a K-tuber says. Any K-tuber that I've watched, I've never agreed with everything. And that's okay. That's not being hateful, that's not being spiteful, that's nothing wrong. And if you don't agree with a K-tuber on what they say, you can easily start talking about how they how do I say this? You can easily talk about, okay guys, don't don't put K-tubers in the comments. I have to delete them. Don't put K-tubers in the comments. I do not want people's fans coming for me. I'm a small K-tuber. I do not have a big following. I would not be able to combat that. Please, mods, people who are who I've made mods. If you see any names, just delete it. Like, please. I do not want to be in controversy. I want to have a K-tube career without having any trouble. Oh my gosh. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not mad or anything. It's just I really I don't want to get hate. Especially because I'm a small KTuber. I'm small. And I wouldn't be able to survive. Name them in your head, write it down, like put it on your private Instagram stories. You can do whatever you want. But let's play the long game, y'all. Personally, I believe that if you do bad things, oh, okay, that's okay. Mods, mods, what is going on? Okay, I just hid the user from my channel. Well. Oh my god. Yo. That was weird. Okay. Who was comfortable? Raise your hand. Cause me. Who was uncomfortable? Yeah, we were saying about KTube, hate on KTube. Terrible. Absolutely horrible. Like, I don't know. I wish that I wish that it would just stop. I don't know. Honestly, at this point, when I see hate on KTube, I just report it. When I see hate to a KTuber, I just report it. It doesn't even matter if I like or dislike the KTuber. Like, if I see hate for them, I report it because I believe that if someone is doing something bad, there will always be a day where that bad comes back at them tenfold. So I don't think I need to hate people. Like, I see it for myself. I've seen it for myself in real life. People who do terrible things and they get it right back at them tenfold. I oh my gosh. There's actually a funny story I have about this. Absolutely hilarious. Okay, so I was on a soccer team and we were all pretty nice to each other, but it was pretty surface level. And all of us were either like skinny or average size, so And this new girl came on our team and she was bigger and no one liked her for some reason. Everyone side-eyed her. I didn't understand that cuz I liked her. I talked to her sometimes. She was nice. But what really got me was okay, so I was with one of my teammates and it was a tournament and we were in the hotel room and we were just talking. And basically she goes, I don't like the new girl. I don't like the new girl on our soccer team. She's fat, she's ugly, and she doesn't really play very well. When I tell you I was stunned because one, this girl never really says anything mean. She kind of always came off as like the nice girl, So I was really shocked when she said that because how could you say that about someone? And I was like, so you think all of this because she's just bigger, than the rest of the team. It really confused me and it really shocked me and I was super surprised. I wish I could go back in time and stand up for the girl because she wasn't there, but I was too afraid because I wanted to be accepted into the group of the soccer team, I wanted to be well liked, so I didn't do anything. The funniest part is that we were walking down the hall like 5 minutes later. This girl stubs her toe on the door. She can't play in the tournament tomorrow. She couldn't play in the tournament the next day. She had to sit out. And I was like, well, I guess now you can't play. Maybe you shouldn't talk about people's weight. Maybe you shouldn't call people ugly and say you don't like them just because they don't look the way you think they should look. I was like, everyone gets what they deserve. This girl is still mean today. I know she's not watching this because I'm not friends with her anymore, because after that I distanced myself from her and she started talking about my braids. Yeah, she's mean. She's mean. And I believe that one day every mean thing she said about people, every mean thing she's done will come back at her tenfold. She better be prepared for it. See, I believe we don't wish bad things on people, but we know when it will happen. We know when it will happen. We know. We all know. But yeah, don't surround yourself with terrible people. Like, don't, because it'll make you a bad person. I mean, I was never mean to my teammate who came on the team, but I should have said something. And I wish I could sit here and like say that, oh, they were just being mean because like she was new to the team. But like there was another girl who came to our team late and she was skinny and small, and well, everyone treated her lovely. Everyone loved her and they were very accepting of her being on the team. So I call it very suspicious, very fat phobic, just mean overall. Like, if there's this girl didn't do anything wrong. She wasn't mean or rude. She never said anything that was bad. Like, I don't understand that at all. I don't know. Hopefully she learns and grows. Oh yeah, if you're wondering anything about Min Hee-jin, there is an article that I pinned and you can read all about her. All about her messy antics. Girl, I get it. I was hella bullied in primary. Unfortunately, my bullies didn't really get anything, but I'm thriving. So the fact that you're thriving is good enough. But don't worry. Either bullies become better and then they have to live with that guilt forever, or they just become increasingly worse and things catch up with them. If a bully becomes increasingly worse, then you know what? They usually end up in jail, because adult bullies are people who deserve jail, usually, you know? Or they're the outcasts of society, adult bullies. So you don't got to worry about them. They'll have their day. They will. You know what? I was a skinny girl in middle school, and all those popular girls befriending me were so fake. I had this one less skinny girly, and she was legit so wonderful. So I friended her. The the thing was, the thing is, I am still in school. Um, a lot of the times, like these girls who are in this group are never friends. I remember being in 8th grade and there was, the popular girls. They were all friends in quotations. But I remember every single girl coming up to me because I was like the girl in school who wasn't popular, but for some reason everyone felt they could dump all of their drama on me. I mean, I wasn't too worried about it. I didn't have anything entertaining going on in my friend group. We were all pretty solid, but I would just get all of their stuff. And they always would talk bad about each other. One of them, I'm still pretty close with today, and she would always say, like, I hate being in that group. Everyone's always fighting. And I'm like, why don't you leave? And she was like, because I like the feeling of being popular. The feeling of being popular is just so addicting. It's like a drug, which ties into the entertainment industry because fame is an addiction. It's something you get attached to. So once you get a little taste of it, like you it changes you. You want to stay in it, even if it kills you on the inside, even if it hurts you. Yeah, Mean Girls from the movie, that's real sort of. Mean Girls is a exaggeration of what is very much real. It's so like when I tell you like teenage girl drama or just middle school girl drama is so terrible. Like, I'm already thinking back about the quote unquote drama I had this year, and I'm rolling my eyes. It was so tiring. Like, you don't want to be in it. It's a terrible position to be in. Oof, let me not mention the racism. Oh, I'm from Europe, Luxembourg, and what, like 80% of the people here are white. So as a black girly, it was not fun. Now it's much better, but racism and fat phobia, phew. Girl, I know what you mean. I grew up in I was about to say my I was about to say my town. I grew up in a town where I was basically always the only black girl in the class. Like I never grew up with a black friend. I never did. It wasn't until like grade 2 and he was mixed and very light skinned at the time. So I was always the black girl and uh it was so hard. It was so hard. I like to any of like the young black girls, like young kindergarten whatever. They're not in this live, but I just feel so bad for them if they're growing up without being around other black kids. Like some people who haven't grown up around that might not get it, but it's such a real thing for black girls or any person of color or boy too, growing up without anyone of their race being in their class or being around them in school. Like it's something you actually have to grow confidence of. You have to there's this you have to like learn how to navigate a room where it feels like you're not wanted. You have to learn how to navigate so you can feel like you belong. It's so sad. It's so sad. True, all big YouTubers out there suffering, making daily videos and they're mentally destroyed, all for 1 million subs. Like it's all for the subs and the money. And obviously there's some type of creativity there, but imagine just pumping out content constantly. That has to make you tired. Like when some YouTubers say they're taking a break and their subscribers get upset with them, that's so heartbreaking because like they're making these videos for you every single day and you're still complaining that they just want to rest. Like how could you do that? In my school, the majority of students are black. And you see, and I'm sure like the other way around, it would also feel somewhat alienating. Like if you're the only race or a very small percentage of a race at a school where it's kind of an echo chamber for like a few years in your life, it's going to hurt you because you basically have to learn how to basically cope with that. There's a lot of self-love that has to be taught. There's a lot of things that you have to learn and it's just different. It's different. Middle school and high school was the nightmare of nightmares. My bullies are still on the same class as me on in UN because we choose the same courses. Ugh, that's terrible. That is actually I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. That's terrible. I can't remember a single time where I was never like a main target of bullying, but I definitely got bullied. I'll say I definitely got bullied. Like, I don't think I was ever a main target for, I was actually, but it wasn't girls, it was boys. And the only reason they were really mean to me was because they didn't think I was pretty. Because obviously they wouldn't think I'm pretty. Like, I'm the only black girl in a room full of like white girls who have, I don't want to make it sound mean, but I really grew. Like, I grew up very quickly. Like, I was already going through my changes at like grade 4. So by the time I was in grade 6, I was kind of built older, and to a lot of people it looked somewhat fat, and I got made fun of that. I got made fun of for that, and the boys at my school, because they didn't find me quote unquote attractive, they were so mean. Like, they were so mean. Mm-mm. Oh, they were all so mean, and I just I didn't I didn't like I remember going to like my piano class because I took piano, and I was not in the right headspace because I had found out all the mean things they said about me. And my piano teacher found that out, but I didn't tell him the story, so he kind of scolded me for not having my head fully in it. And I remember crying for like 15, maybe 10 minutes straight in the car with my mom in front of our house because I just felt so ugly in that moment. And like, I remember the feeling of just feeling so defeated because no matter what I do, because at that time I still very much heavily seeked for that male validation. I was in that point of my life. And I just remember being like, wow, they think I'm that ugly. Like, I'm that ugly to them. That's how ugly I am. And it really hurt me. It scarred me. It's still something that sticks with me till today. It hurts. It still hurts today, but not in a way where like I think that way about myself, but it definitely like it made me feel so terrible about who I was, and it made me feel so insecure in my blackness. It wasn't till now in high school that I meet more black friends and black girls who I can share hair tips with and things like that, where I'm rediscovering the beauty of a black girl. That's something that I have to do because a lot of people in my life stripped that away from me. A lot of people made me doubt if I was beautiful or pretty enough, you know? I remember being like, if I try to be more white, will people like me more? I was 8 years old. It was terrible. I'm so glad I'm out of that environment. Yeah, it was something I thought about from a very young age. I remember my first day of kindergarten, and I saw every girl in my class, every boy in my class was white. I was the only black person. I was the only person of color. And I remember going home, and I remember going to my mom, and I was like, "Mommy, why does my hair all messy and curly? Why do I have dark skin?" And I felt so alienated. I felt like an alien. Obviously it wasn't something I thought about all the time because I was 4, but it was there. It was always there. So it's something you have to think, and you have to kind of learn to love yourself, especially if you're in a community where people don't look like you. You have to learn to love yourself, because there's going to be a lot of judgmental people, but you can't let them hate on you, or you can't let their hate dictate who you are. Because just because someone says you're ugly, are you really going to listen to them? Are you really going to listen to them? Like, why should you? I hated second grade. A girl called me Chinese because I got the highest mark on the test. Not the racism, even though I'm not. Her friend called me ugly, and one girl bullied me so hard that she had to transfer classes. That's gross. That's so, like, I don't know why a lot racism is taught at home. Like, either the parents are negligent and they don't catch their kid doing these things, or the parents are racist themselves and they teach their kids to be prejudiced. Teach your kids to be nice to people so that you don't have to worry about prejudice. Like, it's so ugh. OMG, the attractiveness thing. As a kid, it hurts even more because the feeling like cements into you. And now as a teen, I find it hard to accept compliments because I just can't believe any of it. Yeah, I even find it hard to believe that people could even like me. Like the thought of a boy ever liking me and thinking that I'm attractive, it doesn't compute. I don't believe it. I don't believe it could be a thing because for the longest time, all my life, I've been told by people outside of my house that I'm not pretty. Like by my peers, that's what I've been told. Like getting compliments and just being told that I could even be slightly attractive is something so out of my range. It's so not a thing. I think bullies never realize how much it hurts. I remember crying almost every night for a couple of weeks and wanting to change myself at the age of 7 for them. Yeah, I think they believe that it's I think they believe that it's petty. Like, I think they believe they're just being petty and that you'll just take it, or that they think that you don't hear it. Because some bullies truly think that you don't hear the things. Because the boys who would call me ugly, they never said it to my face. It would be my friends and other people around me who would hear it. I've only ever heard it once. The other times, it was just general in conversation, me finding out about these things. So I genuinely think they just don't think. I think they just don't think you hear. Oh my gosh. Why does this keep happening? Oh my gosh. Okay, I hid the user from the channel. This boy made fun of my smile at school, and I cried in the bathroom and tried to do stuff. Oh, I'm sorry that happened. Like, I don't understand why people are, well, I do. It's because they obviously don't feel content in themselves. They don't feel content with themselves. They feel like they need to be rude and mean in order to not confront their own issues. A lot of the bullies at my school were a lot of the bullies at my school came from home lives where like their parents just weren't at home. Oh, I don't mean to laugh at them. Like, that's not funny. But like their parents were not at home and they didn't get the love that they fully deserve. And then the other bullies, on the other hand, you have bullies who are mean because they have superiority complexes. And that's like, for example, the girl I was telling you about, the whole soccer story I had about the girl who called, the other girl who was a bit bigger, like ugly and stuff. Her whole life she's been called pretty, and she kind of fits the standard. She's like blonde, tall, skinny. She kind of fits that Western, like, white beauty standard, and she's been told that all her life. And a lot of the time, that could raise a lot of superiority over people who don't look like that, and that can also lead to bullying. But it's never the same thing for bullies. People always have different reasons to be heinous and mean. Some people, it's literally they don't know how to be nice. I've had teachers been like, it's just a joke, or even blame me, but it sticks with you. It really does. And imagine a 4-year or 8-year old thinking they'll never be good enough because of something they can't change. Oh my gosh, some teachers need to be fired for how much they do not care. I was lucky enough to have, because I had someone say a racist comment about me before, and I went straight to the teacher. Actually, I went straight to my mother. She told the teacher, and the teacher actually dealt with it, which I'm happy, because I don't think I'd ever gone to the teacher before with something regarding racism, and they handled it really well. Actually, they handled it really, really well. I'm happy for that. But a lot of teachers do not know how to. Oh my god, someone fix that. I can't. A lot of teachers just don't know how to understand that, like, when a kid needs help, when a kid asks for help, you can't act like it's not a thing. You can't just ignore it, because it follows you for a long time. True, bullying is either extreme lack of love and attention, or it's celebrity fever, them thinking they're above others. Yeah, it's it's just a case by case basis. Like, it's always something. I never see people just bully to bully. Like, it's always something. We had a kid at my school who was literally rude to everyone. But like, it's sad, but I think he also, again, he got everything he did tenfold. His dad left him, and then his mom left him. So he's literally living with his grandmother because his parents left him. Is it sad? But like, yes, it's sad. But like, also, I believe that people get what they put into the world. And if you put in anger and meanness and just all the bad things into the world, it comes back at you tenfold. That's just how it works. Exactly. Can the bots stop? Like, especially because these are all for love sites, like best adult dating sites. I'm a minor. What are you doing in my chat? What are you doing in my live? Like, it's weird. It's very weird. The girl who used to bother me at school had the celebrity fever. She was kind of popular and had a friend group that backed her up so she could get away with it. Oh, it's even worse when it's a friend group. Don't get me started. When it's one person, you can combat them easily. You can like kind of confront them easily. But if it's a friend group, it's harder because you know they'll always have each other's back. Unless they get in trouble, then all of a sudden it's he said, she said, but I'm not really a part of this. I never actually said anything bad about them. Stupid. Like, let's talk. I know a lot of them want to save face or something, but like, if you addressed it publicly and dealt with it, I feel like the reputation they are trying so desperately to save would be fine. Yeah. I wish I could go back and confront my bullies, and like, I wish I could. It wouldn't mean anything now because they don't bully me anymore. Like, they all became trucker boys. I don't really care enough to confront them. Like, them being trucker boys with bass hats and everything is enough for me. That is enough for me. It really is. Can we talk about colorism in schools, especially in Asia? Oh my gosh. Colorism is actually something that happens in my school now, because I go to a high school and there's black people and Asian people in there now. And depending on how light you are, you could be seen as attractive. Like, you're an attractive black girl if you're slim, thick, and light skinned. If you're light skinned too, that's amazing, because then you're just seen as just amazingly attractive. If you're mixed, oh my gosh. If you're mixed, they love you. But if you a dark-skinned black girl, well, I think everyone knows how they treat dark-skinned black girls. It's not nice. And it's the same thing for the Asians too at my school, because I have Asian friends too. And like I'll just say they treat South Asians different than East Asians at my school. It's very apparent. They treat them different. It's low key kind of gross because it's the guys really treating them differently. Oh, hi Becky. Hi. I hope people learn from the Garam situation, regardless of what happened. Don't try to verbally fight people in school. It will haunt you later. Don't. Oh, if you want, okay. If you want to be if you want to be in the public eye in any way, shape, or form, just stay quiet. Just stay quiet in school. And even if you don't engage in fighting. Please don't. I almost did. If it wasn't for my mom there, it would have haunted me because these things like they go on your record and then schools will look at them and they'll see that oh, you're known to fight, you're known to be violent, and they will not take you. So, if you're mad at someone and you want to punch something, punch your pillow. Punch your pillow. It's a lot better of a solution, and punching your pillow will not go on record. Your pillow may be a victim of your abuse, but it won't be able to say it because it's a pillow, so it's perfectly fine. Okay, but don't do it to people. Please do not do it to people. The Garm situation was messy. Yes, I just feel bad for everyone in that situation. I hope that everyone can move forward and just be able to live their lives normally. But just so we can get it off my chest for now, I hate Hybe and I hate the general public for how they treated both girls in this situation. And I hope that Hybe loses a bunch of funds because they did they did nothing. And I hope the public gets I hope they understand that they are gross, disgusting, and they're just terrible people for the comments they made about Garam and just everyone. I literally hate them for it. You can be on whatever side, but I think we can all agree that this was just a terrible, like, just to tie into the minor things, this is why minors should not be in the industry, because the way that both girls, not just Garam, not just Unsu, the way that both girls were treated, the way that we had to find out that a selka, or not a selka, not a selfie, a picture was taken of a young girl in her underwear. The fact that we even have to know that information is out there, the fact that the girl even had to come out and say that is really gross. It's really gross. It's really disgusting. I hope that everyone who found this drama to be exciting and a rush and an excuse to hate on anyone, I hope those people grow up, mature, but I also hope that, like I said, they get everything they put into the world 10 times fold. I really hope they do. Like, I really, really hope they do. Nasty ass losers. Nasty ass losers. Oh my gosh. When it comes to that situation, when it comes to it, I get so heated because people were just so mean to everyone. It didn't matter what side you were on, what anything. There shouldn't have been sides in the first place. This should have just been something where we all look from afar and we don't talk about it until there's answers. But it had to become this thing where, like, it had to become this thing where it became you're either on one side or the other. And if you ever questioned anyone, you were just a bad person. And everyone is just mean. And Hybe did nothing to to control it. Hybe did nothing to control it. Hybe just sat there and acted like an idiot through all of it. And now we don't know anything, and it's just been swept under the rug. And you know what? I'm happy that Hybe is having another controversy with Hee-jin, because that's exactly what they deserve. Because they don't need Hee-jin to be in their company. They already mistreat minors. So this is just another way to show it with Hee-jin and Kim Garam. So I don't know. In my opinion, this is Hybe getting everything back at them 10 times fold. I don't feel bad for Hybe. They make all these bad decisions. Those people do not deserve to have a nice pillow with the cooling effect. The way some people force others to have an opinion on this situation too. Oh my gosh. Luckily, I was not in that position, but I heard from many K-tubers that they did not want to talk about this, but people kept bombarding them in their DMs. Don't do that, please. If you are one of the people who do that, do not do that. K-tubers will speak when they're ready. If there's something big going on in the K-pop community, K-tubers know it, okay? K-tubers know it. They always do. It's just sometimes they don't want to talk about it right away, because a lot of K-tubers are in a position where if they ever get something quote unquote wrong, or if they say something that a lot of people don't agree with, they'll get hate for it. So they have to sit back and watch and make sure that they have everything right, because they're walking on eggshells every second. So please, if something happens and you want a K-tuber to talk about it, don't go bombarding them on their social media. They probably know what's happening. They could be making a video as you speak. Like, you don't know. So just leave them alone, okay? Okay? We got it? Good. Okay. I'm the daughter of a famous musician in my state. I've gotten in so many scandals like bullying and sexual assault where people would shove every piece of wrong information down your throat. Oh, that must suck. Oh, I don't understand, like, I don't understand people who lie about famous people doing bad things. Like, there's actual famous people doing terrible things and getting away with it, and you choose to lie? Because I don't think these people get it. When you lie about this stuff, when it actually happens, people tend to believe it less. Like, people need to understand, when you lie about bad things, people are going to believe it less next time, even if it's real. Like, I don't know. What's your view on the K-pop group TXT? My view? I love TXT. I base my channel name on them, but I haven't been loving their comebacks recently. Their comebacks are, I don't know. They used to be a non-skip group to me, well, somewhat, and I just haven't really liked. I don't like the music or the concept shift they had, but if it makes them happy, that's fine. I'll support them from afar, and I'll watch their like edits that are made of them by YouTubers online, because those are funny. But yeah, that's my opinion on them. Yes, OMG, like, people we're coming at others for being neutral and not picking sides, like, and then someone made the BS opinion that if you're not picking sides, you are like kind of supporting the abuser. Excuse me. Where did you get that raggedy rat's ass opinion from? Because it must be from the dump. That was a stupid opinion, and it got so popular, and I was like, really, we're gonna act like saying, I'm just listening to both sides and seeing what happens. That's really supporting the abuser. You don't even know who the abuser is. You don't even know who the victim is. Why, like, what do you mean supporting? Dumbass people. I can't stand these people. They're so stupid. I genuinely think they were hit. I genuinely think they were hit in the head or something. And they just can't they can't think they can't think correct anymore. Like, you always have to, and when it comes to these situations where we don't know anything, you always have to pick a side. And if you choose not to pick a side, you're picking the side of the less appealing side. Like, I don't get these people. Why can't we all just wait and see what happens? Why do we have to pick a side? It's so stupid. Hype girl groups curse is real, but it is just because they can't manage their damn girl groups. It is real. It's real. But it's not like a supernatural thing. It's just a Hype negligence thing. They don't get it. Did you see oh, I did. I remember I saw that on Twitter, BB's Instagram live, where she was literally breaking down. Is she okay? Is she okay now? Or, well, obviously she's not going to be okay now, but like, are people around her and keeping her like calm and happy and stuff? Like, because when I watched it, she was like, I can't eat. I want to eat. I want to, you know? And it was, yeah, I don't want to, like, I'm not thinking it to trigger anyone either, but it was very alarming. It was giving a lot of Sully's last live. Um, it was very scary. But I just want to know, like, wait, I didn't hear about BB. Yeah, basically, BB had an Instagram live, and she broke down crying, talking about how she's hungry and she's tired and she wants to eat, and she basically telling everyone that she's not in a great place. And it was really sad, really scary. I'll be right back, guys. My throat is parched from talking. I just need to get a drink, a beverage. I'll be right back. I couldn't find a water bottle, so I have a Coke bottle instead. But make sure you're drinking, guys. Um, yeah. Fresh. Coca-Cola should sponsor me. I love y'all. More than Pepsi. I will smile for the camera like like a K-pop idol. And Hype gave a statement. Hype gave a statement. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, Hee-jin's trending again. Mm. Hmm. I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen anything yet. No, I haven't seen anything. If anyone finds it, please send a link so then I can look at it. In her own statement, she also said not to hate on the company because all the people there helped her during hard times. I think it's on her Instagram. Okay. Then we will not be angry at the company. We'll be there in support for BB. It's really sad to see idols just like cry about how tired they are. They must be tired. It must be tiring having to navigate like the industry as a whole. Oh yes, we're still side eyeing, obviously, but out of respect for BB, we'll do it like in secret, you know? Hi, Peachy. Hi. I need more updated LMAO. Most of the time, I had no idea what's going on. Hybe supposedly admitted to disbanding GFriend, and you know what? I would care about it if I knew they weren't trying to just hide from the fact that they have Hee-jin in their company. I'm I will talk about GFriend after they bring up Hee-jin. They're just trying to shock us with some other news to push us away from their actual problem. Hype's just overall terrible. Remember when everyone used to think they were like the good underdogs? They never were. They're a big corporation who likes to make money. They're going to end up being corrupt. But yeah, I'd be really upset with the whole GFriend thing if I knew they weren't trying to make they're trying to make us upset about something else, but like it's not going to work on me. Like you know that you have a weirdo working with minors in your company and you want us to worry about GFriend who have already left your company? Okay. Okay. But Hype's done a lot of things with GFriend. I have to say one thing about GFriend. Hype has done a lot of things with them. They tried to like take, or Source Music um tried to take GFriend's thing so that they wouldn't be able to talk about GFriend or or sing GFriend songs without their permission. Stupid. Just overall terrible company. We traveled abroad and landed yesterday because of my father and his business. We're going shopping all day today and I'm so exhausted, man. Honestly, shopping day, I want that. I need that. I thought Hive was supposed to be something good, but like too much power, too much corruption. Yeah. You know, there were a lot of I remember watching this one KTuber. I can't remember their name, but they made a video and they were literally it was when Hype first started accumulating all these companies, and they literally said it before everyone else was. They were like, this is going to be the demise of Hype. Not financially, but they're going to lose sense of why they've been so loved for years because they were so good to their idols. And he or she or they put it into quotations, good to idols. They're like, yeah, like like this is the downfall of Hype because now that they're taking all these companies, they're gaining more power and they won't know how to use that responsibly. They knew before all of us. They literally knew before all of us. I wish I could remember that channel. It was literally a small K-tuber, like 98 subscribers max. And they literally spoke it before we all thought it. And I remember there were people in our comment section, or theirs, in their comment section, saying um, no, like it's fine. Hybe's fine. They know how to do this stuff. They literally worked with BTS, the biggest boy band in the world. But like, they were right. They were right. Everyone was wrong. I don't know. Nah, I never trust big companies. They seem good, but something shady is always going on. Companies are just not. Companies are never good. Like, and an entertainment company will never be just fully ethical because the industry they work for is not good. You can't. A good person going into a non-ethical business or entertainment is always going to come out unpure, if you know what I mean. They're always going to come out with they're not going to come out being the same good person they were before. It's the same for companies. Once they get into the business and they're really in it, it's never the same. I'm so tired of people using BTS as an exclusive to enable these horrible companies' behavior. Oh my gosh. I'm so tired of people using jealousy to enable bad company behaviors. Like, it's all calling out a company always has to do with you're just jealous that your faves are blah 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 blah. Like, that's not what it has to do with. Sometimes you just gotta call out companies because they do stupid stuff. I just don't like shopping. I get tired so quickly and I'm forced into stores and big malls by my mother and where I never find anything I like. I understand that. I actually understand that. I like shopping with friends because I feel like we have this, my friends and I, we don't have similar style, but we're young enough where we understand each other's styles. But going shopping with your family member, like my mom, she's not really gonna get my style. We're in different generations. I'll just say it like that. We're in different generations, so we're gonna like different colors and different things like that. And that's okay, but just not you know. This G-friend thing honestly breaks my heart. They don't have the right to bring them up when it conveniences them. Yeah. Literally, Hive uses G-friend as shock value when they get into a bunch of mess. And it's not fair at all. Like, let G-friend leave. You disbanded them. You let them leave your company. And let them. Like, you don't see G-friend talking about source music like this. Like, source music relies on G-friend still. That's how you know G-friend was literally carrying their ass. They still rely on them. I can't stand source music. Source music are also the same idiots who handled Garam situation. So they're obviously just not capable, even under a big company like Hive. Bro, the more I think about it, Hybe is exploiting the heck out of their artists and their fans. It's so ridiculous. They don't protect their artists at all. Everything is just messy. Yeah. Yeah. They don't. Hybe is hiding behind a pretty image of perfection because they get praised by BTS a few times. Like, all people need to hear, literally everyone forgets how terrible companies are the minute a an idol says something just a little bit good about them. But I think what people don't understand is Usually when the idols talk about like their company and how good it is, they mean like the people who like they're close to, which is not really the PR team. It's like their managers and things like that. They're managers and people who they're close with, like dance instructors, not the company that's managing their well-being like that. Like they're not talking about all of, like I'm pretty sure when BTS talks about Big Hit or whatever, they're not talking about everyone including the PR team. They're probably talking about maybe Bang Si-hyuk and like I don't know, the people who like help them with their dance routines and producers and stuff, not the whole ass company. So I don't know why people will take idols saying, "Oh, I love my company. I love the people who work here," as like green light that everything in this company is perfect. SM stands do that sometimes too. It really bothers me because no. As much as I think it would be nice, Min Hee-jin is way too powerful compared to petitions. Yeah, Min Hee-jin's career is in the hands of herself and Hybe. It has nothing. Literally, international stands are not gonna do anything. It's all about Korean fans, and I don't know if you guys have seen it, but a lot of Korean fans do not care. Like I'm sure there's some who do, but a lot don't. A lot probably already knew, and they just don't care. To be honest, Min Hee-jin could retire right now and live a luxurious life. That is wild to me. Yeah, even if she did get kicked out and everyone cheered, is she really gonna care? Like, she's she's rich. She's rich and she has some type of acclaimed fame to her. Even if she were to leave because then it conveniences Hybe, like she's gonna be fine. That's the sad thing about these rich people who like they'll be fine. She will be able to live her life perfectly fine. She's 43, like she's going to be fine even if she leaves. She won't actually have to think on her actions. She might if like she gets a case for it, cuz if someone really reports her to the police like that, she could catch a case, you know? Literally, she'd be like the J.K. Rowling of Hybe. Like, yeah, everyone doesn't like her, but she's literally she'll be fine. She already made her millions. She already made her money, you know? Yeah. When I say I like a company, sometimes I'll say I like so and so's idols, but usually I'll say I like the company. I literally mean the idols who are in it. Like I would not mean anyone else. I don't know the other people. Girl, she could keep working underground or with the pseudonym. I don't know how to say that right. Like she'll be fine. She'll be fine. And someone will work with her. Someone will work with her. I don't think people realize that. Just because someone gets blacklisted or whatever or denied or kicked out of something doesn't mean they'll never be worked with again. If people really want her like creativity and her aesthetics and stuff, they'll work with her no matter what her reputation is. It's very much it's a double-edged sword. It's not, you know. As much as we hate it and it disgusts me, Min Hee-jin isn't going anywhere. She is literally the CEO of Adore. That too. She's not even just like a worker there. She's literally the CEO of the company. She could step down, as in, I'm going to step down since no one really likes me there and give it to this person. But then she works behind the scenes, you know, YG type things. Um, but yeah, she's not going anywhere. We can all be upset. Like I'm very much upset because this, you know, it's it is it concerns minors, so that's what makes me really upset. But yeah, we could sit here and talk all day about how terrible she is and make petitions, but she is not going nowhere. We're just gonna have to live with her being there. Like I said, Hive will only disband this group if the members themselves make a mistake. If the person who's literally in charge of this whole entire group makes a mistake, nothing's gonna happen to her or the group. Like, ugh. But like I hate myself too because the New Jeans and Adore concert. I know it is so aesthetically pleasing. Like the little bunnies and everything. It's just so like early 2000s like cute. It's cute. I love it. Like as a girl myself, as a girly girl myself, I love it. But I can't deny that like the person behind it is very bad and very weird. And that's why after this debut and I get that album, I'm keeping the album and everything cuz it still looks nice, okay? Y'all don't judge me, okay? Okay? If I can't find any way to get that refund, I'm going to keep the album. It looks nice and the music's nice too, but I will stream it illegally. And if they have a comeback, I might not look for it, or I might stream it illegally. Um, don't judge me. Don't judge me. Okay? Okay? Don't judge me. In my opinion, you can enjoy the New Jeans stuff and just not purchase from Adore. The girls themselves did nothing wrong. Yes. Like you can enjoy New Jeans, you can enjoy the aesthetic, you can enjoy everything. Just don't buy from anyone. Don't buy from Adore. If you can, stream illegally. And if you ever talk about New Jeans, just talk about the girls themselves and how great they are. You don't have to talk anything about Hee-jin in any way. But yeah. I know nothing about J.K. Rowling. I only know she is hated. I only know she's hated, but I only know that she's hated and that everyone will always I know that she's hated and that she'll never be able to lose all her money. She's made too many millions to like ever lose anything. That's why when she got canceled, um she what is it? That's why when she got canceled, um it didn't really affect her. Like she kind of just I guess went into hiding and made the money. The whole situation is so messed up. New Jeans hasn't even debuted and they are already involved in a controversy, which is so sad because the girls are so sweet and worked so hard. And it's not even like a controversy where it's their fault. Like they didn't do anything. They literally are just living. It's because their creator basically is weird. That's literally it. Who knows? Maybe Hee-jin will be kicked out. You know what I think could happen? I think Hyde could kick out Hee-jin or whatever her name is. I think they could kick her out just so people realize, hey, there's not a 13-year-old in it anymore. There's still minors, but not the 13-year-old. So are we off the hook? Huh? Like New Jeans literally slays so hard, but the person behind them just had to be like this. Like, damn, we can't have shit in this place. That's what I said on my community tab. I can't win. Oh my gosh, like every time Hyde makes a group, a new girl group. The new girl group looks like it slays. And then something has to happen and ruin my fun. Like, how dare you? Like, the youngest, is she 14? She was born in 2008. So she's like 13 turning 14, I guess. Why are high girl groups all like 3 times? And they've only had 3 girl groups 3 times, and it always gets messed up 3 times. They can never just have a good debut. Technically, Glam had a good debut, just not a good, it kind of got messed up after. Hybe sucked the magic out of Tanny's, in my opinion. Please, Hybe, stop with the autotune BS. I can't do this anymore. Oh my gosh. Hybe literally is just not winning. They ain't making good music. Actually, they are making good music with their girl groups, which they are hilariously failing at. It's crazy because Hybe's biggest means of profit in the years to come, they're like literally like ruining it for everyone. I don't understand Hybe. Like, can Hybe stop ruining everything? Can Hybe just stop? Like, they're shooting themselves in the foot. I don't get it. Some activists stalk JK, and I feel like if you don't like someone, you leave them alone. Because like I've been saying in this live 100 times, if someone puts bad into the world, they'll get it back 10 times fold. So you do not have to worry about them. You do not have to engage with them or say anything or do anything to them, because if they put bad into the world, they're going to get it back 10 times fold. You do not need to worry. You do not need to worry at all. Although I do think New Jeans is going to be more dedicated to teens with their fun Y2K concept, but I don't know if the consumers are going to be teens. That's the thing. Although it's not teens, but at least it's women. But like that doesn't even make it better, because again, women can still be weird like that. Apparently their biggest sellers right now and their biggest demographic is women in their 20s. And then next, I think it's girls in their teens. So I don't know. Like, I don't know. Exactly. She's such a big no. She's I wish she wasn't tied to this group. If she wasn't tied to this group, people would still have a problem with the age, which is totally valid, but like it wouldn't be as weird, because I mean, we wouldn't have a weirdo backing them up, hopefully. But it's cuz she's there. And the worst part is, if she's not there, New Jeans isn't going to have the same concept. It would have to change, because she's the one who created their concept. It just sucks. Yes, if you do not like someone, leave them alone. You do not need to engage in a person you don't like. It is not worth it. It is never worth it to engage in discourse with someone you don't like. You're just walking around in circles. Okay? Just leave them alone. They don't serve you anything. Like, it's fine. But people forget about the grown men who obsess over the younger members in a girl group in a creepy sus way. Yes, 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 yes. Especially girl. Oh my gosh. With girl groups, it's such a normal thing for these adult men to be so obsessed with them. It's really worrying. Like, it's not even that the adult men just think, "Oh wow, she's so cute," and like a "aw, she's so cute" sort of way. It's like a "wow, she's cute" sort of way. Like, you know what I mean? It's really weird. It's really weird. And then they'll compare them to like their other adult woman members. And once they turn 18, they start talking about them in a sexual way. It's just really uncomfortable. The way K-nets don't understand why Heejin is wrong scares me. It is scary because how do you not understand that? How do you not understand that? Some people really have to be guided hand by hand on why it's weird to ever think sexually about, you know, a young minor. I don't know why that needs to be explained to people. Um like ugh. No, like they actually terminated her contract. Like they actually terminated. She I'd be surprised if they lied about that because like uh it would be kind of mean to just like keep her in hide, just out of the group, like just keep her on contract even though she's not in the group anymore. She's definitely gone, but I think that's for the best for her because her in that group was not doing anything. People were so rude to her. She wouldn't have been happy in the group in the first place. I mean, people were even talking about how Le Seraphim didn't like her, like online, where she could see it and it would get thousands of likes. So it it's better that she's out so that she doesn't have to endure that and keep a smiling face on for a bunch of people who treated her like garbage. It's just better that way. She can now heal on her own, whether she's innocent or not. She can now heal on her own and just learn from this experience, you know? Also, sorry, I gotta go. Take care, sir. Take care, Sumi. Bye. Bye. Yeah, when you translate some Knet's comments on K-pop MV, some of them are wild. Yeah, I don't know why it's such a normal thing to talk sexually about minors. It's weird. And some adult men are so open about being like attracted to these young girls. Like if you are a grown person and you are attracted to children, I just I don't know. Go outside, get like actually seek medical help because that's an actual medical thing you need to get checked. Like get help, please. Actually get help because that is not normal ever. There's people who can actually help you to get better and to combat that because just attraction itself to children is a medical thing where it's like an illness. Please get help if you ever think that way. No, because seeing comments like I can't wait till she turns 18. Like that's weird. Why why are you waiting for her to turn 18? It's so weird. Just find someone your dang age. Is well, for these people it's probably hard. It probably is hard for them to find someone their age because they're weirdos. That's why they like children. People are spreading false info on her all over social media. I just want someone with a big platform to spread the truth. About Garam, mm, the biggest platform I could probably see her being spoken up on is DKDK TV. DKDK TV News? Is that how it is? Yeah. But I think they already talked about her. I didn't watch their video on it, but for the most part it should be, decently neutral. They usually stay kind of neutral with this stuff. Well, not really neutral. I wouldn't say DKDK TV News is neutral, but the two guys on it, they always kind of have different opposing opinions, and it's kind of cool to see because those two opinions are basically the internet's opinion. Excuse me. Okay, guys, I'll be back in like 10 minutes. Okay? Talk amongst yourselves. I'm back. I'm back. Hi. I was gone for a while. I'm back though. Let's see what we're talking about. Oh, I was talking about DK TV. I actually like DK TV news. A lot of people don't like them because they're always very I guess they don't always have the popular opinion everyone else thinks, or they more so hate the one guy because he's kind of the devil's advocate for the other guy. Oh my gosh. Okay. I permanently hid the user or the person on the bot account or whatever. I permanently hid them. But let me do this. Yeah. But I feel like a lot of people sometimes hate DK TV news because they're very much, when they give news, they don't automatically say, oh, this person's terrible, this person's bad, unless they have evidence. And K-pop fans hate that because once they demonize someone, they demonize someone. Let me be clear, this doesn't apply to Hee-jin. Hee-jin is very she's not really a debate here. Like, it's weird that she has those stuff in her house. But other idols, they usually tend to give benefit of the doubt, and they actually talk back and forth. Danny and David, I think that's their name, to really discuss what is what and why this or that is true or false. And I really like that. People always group them with the big K tubers. I don't watch DK, but I used to, but honestly they seem fine. I don't watch them like I used to either. But I don't appreciate how people put them in the same wave as, like, I don't know, the big drama K-pop YouTube channels, because they're not the same. DK TV, like, they speak on issues and drama, but they don't do it in a surface level way where you only learn a little bit about the drama and then it's just this idol's bad. They talk about it and they have back and forth talk, and it's like you're seeing two sides of the argument and then you can think about it on your own. And there's always discussion in their comment section. It's really good. I have this question about why do people hate do you know the K-pop YouTuber Angelina? Why do people hate her? I don't even watch her, but like I used to, and I was like, why do people hate her? I remember one person saying it's because she always brings 2NE1 into things. Yeah, because she likes them. Like, I don't and she never brings it into a situation where it's like she doesn't know she's not bringing them in. She knows that she talks about them too much. That's literally her whole stick, that she talks about 2NE1 too much. So I just get confused why she's always getting so much hate. Like, I don't see her do anything stupid. It really shocks me. I feel like she shouldn't be getting this much backlash for doing nothing. Like, what? With the Min Hee-jin situation, I've been seeing people being like, "Oh, but she hasn't really done anything yet." Do you want her to do something? And then you'll speak out about it? People are weird. People are dumb. I think people hate Angelina is because they find her annoying. Well, I get if people find her annoying, but like I find tons of people annoying, literally. But I don't go out of my way to hate them. I even find YouTubers annoying and I just don't watch them. But like people always have so much to say about her, and like people who are on the outside looking in will think Angelina's this terrible, awful K-tuber who's done so much bad things, but like girlie does nothing. She's not hurting anyone. She really is not. I don't know. I really don't know. They hate her for a lot of things, but blinks and stays do too much sometimes, in my opinion. Oh, blinks and stays are crazy. Stays are the armies of fourth gen. You can't tell me otherwise. They are the armies of fourth gen. Like, they've made such an impact in the last few years, and it's so sad and crazy because, like, literally, there was one time where Stray Kids did like their streaming or whatever, or where they were on the charts. It was posted on Twitter, and all the fandoms in the tweets were hating. And I'm like, geez, what did y'all do to piss everyone off so much? Stay being the ones getting everyone angry. As for Blackpink, I don't know. I feel like they've somewhat chilled. Like, I don't hear much about Blinks anymore, but they used to not be chill, and that's coming back to bite them. I believe one of the reasons is because a few years back she made a video about Blackpink and Blinks overreacted. Well, they always do. I just I wish people would just leave Angelina alone. Leave any K-tuber they don't like alone. Like, is it so hard to not watch someone you don't like and not comment on them and not care about them? I never felt it would be so hard. I've been doing it ever since I've been on the internet. Like, unless a K-tuber or a YouTuber is doing something like illegally terrible, we don't have to worry about them. Like, okay? They are mad at Angelina because of how good she defended Garam in one of her latest videos. Everyone gets mad at a K-tuber if they bring up Garam and it's not immediately hate. Bro, that's the thing. Like, the hate in general, like, if you don't like it, then just don't watch it. What's the point with hate comments and hate accounts? Like, if you don't like something, I just leave it. Like, you know what's the most embarrassing thing? You know what makes me know that you don't have a life outside of social media and you're a sad person? If your account name is anti whatever group name or anti idol or something about an idol that you don't like, that's how I know that you don't have a life. Like, how sad are you to base your account and everything off of an idol or a group you don't like? You're genuinely sad. Like, you should not be proud of yourself. You're genuinely sad. There are no in between for stays, either the sweetest people in the world or can literally scare the life out of you. I had a friend who was a stay, sweetest girl. I don't know what's up with the other side of her fandom though. They stay being, well, stays. They stay being stays. The worst kinds of them. Oop, I have something. Okay, I'm back. Then people defend Hee-jin, saying, but she's a female CEO. Ugh. I don't know why people think that someone not being a male or a man makes everything they do automatically good. Like, come on, guys. We want equality, not privilege. We do not get the privilege as women to just be terrible people. Come on. We're not trying to go backwards in society. We're trying to go forwards. What do you think about Fato and Black Swan? I honestly don't know much. I'll be very honest. I support Fato from behind the scenes because I believe that you can do whatever you want to do in life. And if she wants to be a K-pop idol, she can. But I just don't keep up with Black Swan. All I can say is that Leah's fans are insane. I'm not saying that if you like Leah, you're insane, but the chronically online Leah fans are very I get y'all miss your girl, but don't bring it on to Fatu. I honestly just think the whole Black Swan fandom is quite toxic. Like that fandom is proving that this company's just either not good or they're like the company's trying to make the whole thing about idols from around the world that aren't Asian like being in K-pop, and the Black Swan fan base is like oh my gosh, I'm sorry, the Black Swan fan base is actually divided, but it's not divided in like halves or fourths. It's literally Leah's fans and then Fato and the rest of the girls' fans. I don't even know the rest of the girls, to be honest. I don't keep up with Black Swan. I don't really like their music. I listened to it once and it felt very underdeveloped. And I was like, dang, this is the same company who made Baby Vox, the Baby Vox. If y'all don't know Baby Vox, like you're missing out. You guys should check out First Gen. You see how I went from one topic to another in the span of a whole sentence? I should not be drinking sugar. This is bad. Oh, Lord. Girl, they do hate you. After that one video you made. I love how it just takes one video and all of a sudden a fandom will hate you. It's truly just hilarious. Oh, hi. Sometimes I forget they made Baby Vox. Literally, because how can such an iconic group come from a company who's just not doing good? Musically wise now. I'm sorry, like this is the same company who made Baby Vox music. Oh my gosh. That's actually sad. What happened? They got new producers, I guess. Sad though. OMG, what do you think about New Jeans phoning app? Low key cute, but these damn notifications. I didn't get the app because like I knew it would be a waste of space on my phone. And also, guys, I can't be doing that. I'm sorry. I can't be in school with my friends one day and all of a sudden there's a notification that this random K-pop girl just DM'd me or just texted me. I can't go through that embarrassment. I already went through the embarrassment of having Savage as my ringtone. I don't need it anymore. I really don't. Guys, I'm getting spammed by the phoning app. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Like I was thinking about getting it at first. Like I was like, maybe I should download it and try it out. But I was like, This is just going to be like the Weverse app. I'm going to download it, feel like a good K-pop fan, and then never use it, and I'm going to delete it for a better app. So I just decided not to buy it in the first place or download it in the first place. You know? It's easier that way. Turn off notifications for that app then. See, it would ruin the immersion though. Although technically in real life, I always turn off the notifications. My friends stay asking me the next day at school, I texted you, why did you not answer? I was busy, obviously. I was busy streaming fancy. Like I'm terrible at text messages. I am so bad. Like I just don't keep it on. I don't keep notifications on. I do not text my friends back. I'm the type of person, like when I'm texting my friend, I'll be like, oh, I have to go. My mom's calling me. But it's actually because I want to get back to that new episode of the K-drama that I'm watching. Like, I'm so bad at texting. I can't do it. I can't. Sorry to my friends. They just have to talk to me in person. It's better that way anyway. The new Weverse is confusing. I don't have new Weverse. I literally stopped caring about it like in 2021. It was cool, but I don't know. It was a lot of space on my phone, you know? I'm sorry, but some messages that people write on Weverse give me way too much second-hand embarrassment. Like they be declaring their undying love to someone they've never met and don't even blink. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I will never be the type of fan to go on a site where I know that my favorite K-pop group or artist could see it and write how much I love them. Like, okay, I don't love Subin. I don't know him, but like in terms of celebrity and fan, like he's amazing. I love him. But I would never say that on Weverse because I'd literally sink into the ground if he responded. Like I'd sink into the ground and then come back up and scream, but then I'd go right back down. It's just too embarrassing. Could never. Girl, I was in school when Blue Hour played. Like there's it. My school would play BTS, not their like newer songs that are like okay, but like kind of their older songs that are good. For some reason, they played those. One time, it was like an outside activity at my high school, and they played BTS Home. When I tell you I had to walk normally, but I was actually having a hard time walking because I wanted to like get into it, but no one else was getting into it. So I had to literally act like I didn't know the song and that it wasn't a bop. The hardest day of my life. That was the hardest thing ever. Cuz I'm not embarrassed to like K-pop. I'm embarrassed to dance to it, you know? And then they'll be like, cheer my pose, bestie. It's always and they're always like, you know why I love you so much, Yeonjun Oppa? Because you're just so beautiful, so talented, you're so creative, and I think I've fallen in love. Please marry me, and let's have babies together. Cheer my post, besties. Let's go. Let's get Yeonjun to see this and comment. I know Yeonjun's looking at them like, yeah, Like he's looking and very much judging you. He's like, girl, you do not even know me. Calm down. What are you doing? Share my post and I'll follow back. I have Secret of the Swan as my alarm. That's so extra. If I were to make my phone a K-pop song now, I'd have to make it like some mellow K-R&B thing. Secret of the Swan just sounds so funny to me as a ringtone. Like, sorry. Like, I love it, but it would just be too embarrassing for me to have, and then people to like, oh, and it would turn on in public, and it has to be something mellow. Oh my gosh. Secret of the Swan would literally wake the whole neighborhood up. I know someone who interviewed TXT and Vongu answered my Really? Wait, that's so cool. That is so cool. If you have a link or anything to that, like, please let me know. That's cool. That's really cool. I don't even have Weverse. Just see y'all on Twitter. To have 9 on your apps on your phone to see everything of an artist. I don't even think I read that right out loud, but I read it correctly in my head. Okay. It's so weird to be me when people talk in romanization that isn't even correct. I get embarrassed. I remember having a whole like it wasn't an argument, but it was like a discussion in my comment section. And I was talking like, how I think it's kind of weird. I don't know if this connects with the comment, but it just came to my head. And I remember saying it was my K-pop stan red flag video, and I was talking about how like it's kind of weird when people who don't speak a lick of Korean just use like oppa, uni, or they'll be like 감사합니다, thank you, oppa, to like people who don't really get it, and like they don't know a lick of Korean. And someone was like, well, I don't think that's true, and we kind of went back and forth, and like I feel like I don't see it as, I see it kind of weird. Like, I understand if you know the language, but like if you don't know the language and you just know it as a cute thing that your favorite idols do, I feel like it's weird. It's just weird. Onion House egg roll. Onion House egg roll bar. Nah, cause that's how some of y'all be pronouncing it in your. Oh my gosh. No, because it's so embarrassing not being able to pronounce Korean correctly. I know. I went to a Korean class. I took a class in speaking Korean. The most embarrassing part was not being able to pronounce certain words, and I still have a hard time doing it. It's actually embarrassing. So when I see people just outwardly pronouncing words wrong, I feel bad because like they don't know that. They'd be like, 안녕하세요, opar. 나는 사랑해요. Sorry. Like, oh my gosh. At least learn how to enunciate the words properly. Like, if you want to learn the language, truly learn how to enunciate it properly. Because it's, I'm sorry, I hate using this word, but it is giving Korea boo. It is giving Korea boo. If you want to learn the language, like actually attempt to learn it. you know? Oh my gosh. Fans who do eggyo in front of idols, actually. Whew. And fans who sing in front of idols during those fan call meetings where they're like, "Can I sing for you?" The idol's like, "Oh, sure." They're smiling because they're like, "I mean, I guess I have to." And then the fan sings like so off key, so just not good. And the idol's there smiling like, "Wow, that's so good." Like, nah, I know you're lying. Nah, I couldn't be an idol. I'd have to be honest and be like, yeah, you should not do that again. But oh my gosh. No, because I'm the same. Even I like when I try to pronounce in Korean, it's because I'm not used to it. Because I'm not a native Korean speaker. I didn't grow up around Korean people. So when I'm learning the language, it's a lot. It's a lot for my mouth to take in because my mouth isn't shaped to talk like that. I have to like get used to it. Nah, I salute them because you out here embarrassing yourself with no shame. I need some of that confidence. But it's worse because it's not like they literally share it to the internet. Are you not embarrassed? Do you have no shame? Like, what are you doing? I'd understand if they did it in like the security of the fan call and they forgot about it. But they truly upload it on Twitter and then they're like, share it. I feel so bad. Like some of these people really don't know. They really don't. The idols are nice about it, but the singing is always terrible and off key. We can't all be like that one Hyun fan who can actually rap. We can't. Some of us are just not talented in that music department, and that's fine. We can live with that, you know? We can thrive with that. It's fine. Stop putting idols through that because I know some of them really want to laugh at the end. Like, they want to laugh. Like, it's not nice to the idols to put them through that. Please. If you're not talented in singing, stop singing in front of them. It's mean. It's mean. It's mean to them because you know they can't be honest about it. It's mean. Every time I see someone doing this, I read with that guy who says Jimin's voice, and it becomes even more Ollie London. I find singing K-pop songs helps my pronunciation a bit. Also repeating the word over and over again. Yes. Actually, when I when I hear a new K-pop song, instead of looking at the romanization of whatever lyrics of it or the English lyrics, I go to the Hangul, the Korean lyrics, and I basically figure out from there. And when I watch Korean dramas, I watch with both English and Korean subs because, it helps. Basically, I make an effort to learn the language that I want to learn. It's very simple. Okay. You know what idols remind me of when they do that? Do y'all know that one TikTok person or whatever, Tiara Nelson or whatever? That's what they remind me of. They're smiling, but they're crying on the inside because they want to laugh. It's so funny. Bro, if I met my alts or saw them in real life, the way I would run the other way. How do y'all do that? No, because if I saw any of my favorite idols in public, I'm not going up to them. Do people think I'm crazy? Oh my gosh. Like, imagine going up to an idol and just being like, oh wow, I love you. Can I get an autograph? Can I get a picture? Like, I can't do it. I can't. Unless they're super nugu, I might go up to them so I can boost their confidence. Like if they're not getting a lot of sales, I might be like, "Oh my gosh, I know you. You're so awesome. You're so great." So I can make them feel like, at least someone in the West, cares. But I wouldn't go up like, "Hey, can I get an autograph?" and da 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 da. I'd be super calm about it. As long as you're calm, just yeah. I have nightmares about meeting my faves. I literally wake up sweating and that terrifying. Especially if I didn't plan to meet them. Cause I'm gonna be honest, when I go out and it's just casual, I'm not dressed up. I'm wearing maybe a shirt and some baggy uh sweatpants, and my hair might not even be fully done. Uh my face is not done up and stuff like that. So I wouldn't want to meet my fave. I'd literally pretend I don't know them. Like I can't be looking bad and then no way. It has to be a planned arrangement. Like a concert. Ollie London divorced Jimin and is now in his Lalisa phase. He's always in a phase. See how I'm coughing? The throat's getting worse. He's always in a phase. Like Ollie London's a clout chaser. I'm gonna I don't want to talk about him even further. Even though I have a small platform, like I don't even want to give him my platform, and it's that small. So, yeah. Oh, how do you people even have the courage to go to fan signs? See, I I might be able to go to a fan sign, um, but I'd have to get dressed. I'd have to really dress up. I'd literally pour my whole bottle of perfume on me just to make sure they think that I smell nice naturally. I have to get my makeup done by a professional, get my hair done by a professional. Um, yeah, basically, I just have to look so crazy good that it was unbelievable. Not to like attract my favorite idols, but like, because, I feel like I'd be so chill on the outside if I ever met my faves, but major fan. No, because I feel the same way, Cheryl. When I meet people that I like or that I remember or that I know, I never like I don't want to make it know that I'm like screaming. But like I am screaming on the inside. I genuinely feel bad for the idols who have to sit through fan calls all day. Like we all know after a while it would get annoying and they have to be friendly through them all. It would especially get annoying because no one's original. Everyone always asks the same thing. Sing, do Eggio, watch me sing. When are you coming to da 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 da? When are you going to this country? Blah 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 blah. Like it's not fun. It's nothing to really be excited about. Feel bad for them. Really, I really do. Can we talk about the Sunu situation? Ooh. I already spoke my piece on it. I don't I I don't know how to explain this. I don't think it comes from a place of jealousy. I think they're just teenage boys. And teenage boys always make humor about people's looks. It's not good, but That's just how they are. And I almost feel like they haven't talked about it together as a group. And that's the sad part. They need to talk about it as a group. I don't think they are. And Hybe's not talking about it either. It's just not getting talked about. Like, I feel like the most they'll say is like a statement. If it ever gets that bad, the most they'll say is a statement that's like, Sunu's not being bullied. Sunu loves his members and the members love him. And we will sort this out behind the scenes, as Hybe usually does. And, nothing will change. It'll be a controversy again. And it will be swept under the rug at some point because, let's be honest, people only care about these things for like a month. It's been maybe 2 months now, I guess, so people care a little bit more, but towards the end, the only people who will care are maybe Sunu fans, a few number of N-Jeans, their aunties, and then like the edgy girl group stands that watch boy groups' every move and critique them on everything. That's the only people who will care after like a month, which is sad because this should be brought up, but it's whatever, The way B-Lift manages and Hypen is atrocious, though. I feel like B-Lift is setting them up for failure. Like, ugh. They're setting him up for failure. I feel so bad for Hypen. I feel like they could be managed so much better. But they also mock him on being feminine. Like, these are things that the company needs to get in Hypen to sit down and talk about, because it's not great that he's kind of always the butt of their jokes. They may not mean it in malice. I don't think they mean it in malice. It doesn't look from the outside looking in that they mean it with malice or bad intention. They're just stupid. And they're not really getting called out on it. Like, their fandom's calling them out, I guess, but I hate to say it, it's not really the side of the fandom that they fully care about. They more care about the Korean side. And I mean, I personally haven't seen a lot from the Korean side as much as the international side. But it's overall, it seems like it's like that group of boys in school who all make fun of that one boy in their group, and like he laughs about it, but on the inside it's low-key hurting him, but he doesn't want to say that. And because of that, nothing's getting done about it. Really sad. It's kind of a sad situation. They just hadn't the time. They got out of an extremely competitive space, fighting for their lives. They didn't have the room to develop a relationship. Sometimes it just works and that's it. Sometimes it's just work and that's it. I don't think that they hate each other. I don't know if they're close friends. It doesn't really matter to me if they are or not. One, because I don't stand in Hypen, and two, because the whole thing about idols all just being friends, I'm sorry if you still think that. That is a fallacy. You shouldn't think that after the whole Jimin and Mina thing. Some of these idols are just strictly business. I don't think it comes from a place of jealousy. I don't see that. It also could be that, like, Sunu was never really with the other Hypen members most of the time during Island. He was in the ground while the others were in the other, thing. So they might have not bonded as much. That can happen sometimes, but I don't think it comes from a place of jealousy or anything like that. I don't see everyone in Hypen being friends. I've never seen a I've never seen one. I don't want for much. Oh, hi Siri. I've never seen a competition with K-pop where everyone just is friends. at the end and the whole group are all close. That rarely happens in my opinion. So they may not all be super close to each other, but I don't think it's like, oh, we hate Sunu because he got in through the fan voting thing or whatever. And through the choice of the show, he got in, so we need to bully him and make him feel like lesser than because he's not worth it or whatever. I think they're just stupid. They're just stupid boys who don't understand that saying this stuff about your teammate in front of people is not nice, and making someone the butt of the joke is not always nice. Does that make sense? I don't know. Oh Lord. They are being stupid kids, but I wouldn't say it's jealousy. But yeah, I wish they would sit down and Sunny really tells them how he feels, because he has hinted that sometimes the jokes go too far. Yeah, he's hinted that before. I just a lot of people won't admit that something bothers them because they're afraid of confrontation. That's a very real thing. But I wish he would talk about it, because if it's bothering him, he needs to say that. Hi, I'm happy this is your first stream. I hope you like it. I think groups made through survival shows are either really close because they went through a lot together, or not that close because through survival they got paired pretty randomly, so they aren't close. I can always imagine too that if like a set of idols or trainees in the show are close to one member, and that one person doesn't get in exchange for another member, that probably would hurt a little. And that's fine. Like, I don't know why people expect idols to not have feelings. It's not dumb. Like, why do people expect idols to just be happy? Like, I know they smile at the end because they have to. Although, and Hypen cried. And Hypen cried tears. But I don't know why people expect idols not to have those feelings. If you were in a show where only a few select people get in, and someone you were close to didn't get in, but another person did that you weren't really close to, I don't think there'd be like resentment there, but you know what I mean. Like, you'd feel a little way about it. You'd feel bad for your friend and you'd be like, well, why didn't they get in? But I don't think I don't think that's like a reason for why this stuff is happening. Do I sound like Ajane Novice? What? I keep saying that channel wrong. Do you think I sound like her? I don't know. I don't know what she sounds like. Sorry. Does that sound mean? I'm sorry. Don't cancel me. Don't cancel me. Low-key reminds me of Zhao Ting and Urina from Girls Planet 999. Yeah, like I'm sure I don't think Urina hated anyone on the show who got in, and I don't think anyone had that much um hate or anything for anyone on that show, but there's always going to be feelings after that, like, why didn't this person who I like was close to get in, but this person got in? Or why is this? Like, you can't be surprised if some of the girls on the show were speaking behind the scenes like, damn, how is she even this far ahead? Like, she's not even good, to a bunch of trainees and idols there. Like, if the fans are speaking badly about some of the trainees on that show, you think none of the idols on the show were thinking the same thing? You must be out of your mind. You must be. I think friendship from survival shows can be shaky. I mean, you can expect me to believe that Zhao Ting and Heejin aren't salty about Chaibing and Shuruki, but sometimes, like Monster X, they make it work. Like, yeah, sometimes with groups, you can't really tell that, oh, They were on a survival show. Like even Monster X, it surprises me sometimes that they were from a survival show where they were like fighting for the position. Like that surprises me sometimes because some groups know how to make it work. Some are very awkward in the beginning. I won't even lie. When I first watched In Hypen's like first live, when they first like finished the show, I could sense there was still some, competition. It's a normal thing, but I feel like some groups make it work and some do not. Okay, Revel of Haru, I will be waiting, most likely. You know damn well having 99 girls or 101 girls on one show, some people ain't gonna like each other, obviously. I don't know why people are so like, people expect everyone to like each other. That's just not the case. Whether it be because competition or just some people don't mix. Some people just don't mix. But remember when Dion got K1 and not a single girl clapped? That made me feel awkward. Oh my gosh. Like I know what people were thinking in their heads, but y'all could have just clapped. It's so it's so like they didn't even hide their disappointment. That's actually that's crazy. I'm like, I know y'all don't like each other all the time, but damn. I know, right? Thinking everyone in your faves group likes each other is wishful thinking. A lot of people need to realize that these groups, they're not supposed to be formed friendships. This isn't like, I don't know, a Disney show where there are a bunch of friends who joined in a band and now sing together and they're friends and stuff. This is a cutthroat industry. They were like, this group was put together um just on the basis of talent and synergy on stage. It has nothing to do with whether they're besties. It has nothing. Imagine liking everyone in your class. It's not possible. Now try that with 100 people in a survival show. That's what I'm saying. Like you don't even like everyone in your school, in your class, sometimes in your sports teams, but you still have to work with them and act like you're a team. It's a thing. So I don't know why people get shocked that survival show, like contestants don't always love each other. Like it's a normal thing in the West because the West thrives off of like confrontational drama, whereas I feel like the East and Korea, when it comes to the drama they thrive off of, it's just making someone look bad, blah 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 blah. Not in terms of, oh, they're a drama queen, but in terms of they can't work well, they're not efficient, they're blah 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 blah. They're not good at what they do. Whereas in the West, in our reality shows, we rely on who's going to drag who first, who's going to drag who across the floor first. I don't know why, but that's how we operate here. Y'all know I'm not a Dion fan, but child, I felt so awkward and weird. The tension was strange. It was. I They did her so dirty there. That was so ooh. Yo, this ain't Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. It's not. Oh no. You guys think the fans were talking a lot about how much Bai has an advantage because of her brother? Best believe contestants were saying the same thing behind the scenes, and Bai probably just had to smile about it, like because she's nice like that. She's nice like that. But I'm sure she very much knows from the other contestants on the show that um the brother thing was a bit of a crutch for her. She knows that. That's I low-key feel bad about her for that because I know there were contestants talking about that behind the scenes. They're like, she only got this far because of her brother. She's not even that talented. I know there were people in the show talking about that. There had to be. And those people probably didn't even make it in the team. So I don't know. They probably wouldn't have made it even if she didn't have the brother. Someone else would have taken their place. So whatever. Trying to keep harmony in a group setting is so stressful with my inferior. I could not keep harmony. I know if I'm in a group, I'm probably like not the leader, but I'm definitely like if I was a K-pop idol, I'd be like the person who like they don't talk a lot on stage or on TV, but they talk a lot during V lives. And then there'd be compilation videos of like Sarah being a crackhead on V Live. Watch. So funny. Try not to laugh. And it would be me doing basic shit. Because who cares? Yo, bye. She's my bias, but I did not want her in the group. Not because she doesn't deserve it, but because the hate she would get. And bro, the hate she is getting. Poor girl. Oh my gosh. The first few bits, the first few weeks of her debuting in that group was terrible. But I honestly think people like her now and they've just accepted she's in there. I feel like people have accepted the final lineup and she's fine now. Like I don't really see as much hate for her anymore. It was just people were really mad. It's toned down now and the people who care, the people who don't. I would want to leave a survival show before it even started. I can't handle the thought of people talking bad about me. Exactly. I could not handle people being like, "Did you see her first performance? That's actually embarrassing." I would just collapse. I'd be like, "I don't want to be here. I don't want to be on here anymore. Like, just let me leave." FAE stands for extroverted feeling. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. I didn't know that. You learn something new every day. Woo child. I know they were probably talking about Bai. I mean, one of them said the Chinese members used to huddle by the fire escape stairs and talk about how fair the show was. Oh, I'm sorry. Ooh, I know they talked all about the Korean. They were probably easy on the Japanese, the Japanese trainees, because but the Korean Dion, Bai, you know they talk so much. So much. I'm sorry. I kind of want to see it though. Like, I'm a Western person to my core. I need that toxic drama, not just the petty one that the show makes up. I need the real toxic drama that actually starts fights and hair pulling. That would be so fun. But Korea will never do that because like people will like take it too far. The thing that's different from the West and the East is like when we have these girls like on Love and Hip Hop getting into these fights, like no one's like off the show, people still don't really like them, but we won't be like super terrible about it. But I don't think it'd be the same in the East. I really don't. Like, imagine trying to keep harmony in a friend group. That's already hard enough, but in a group where you have to work together for 7 years, no backing out, that would be so hard to keep peace. Even the 2-year contracts that they usually give these survival show groups, I could not see it. You just have to learn how to accept that you're in a group with people that you competed with. I think I accepted Bai because she wasn't shoved down my throat. People wanted her. Can't say the same about She who will not be Cheryl, you're so messy. Are you wrong though? Dion must have been getting flamed. Oh my gosh. She must have. I low-key feel bad for her because I know they were talking mad crap. I know they were. Because I'm just thinking about this. Like, some of the girls on this show are literally young teens. Like, you think they don't gossip? Who do you think this is? Like, what do you think? What people really expect them all to be like, oh my gosh, you're my bestie, Unni, you're my bestie. Like, what do you think this is? Not everyone's singing Kumbaya together. It's a dream, but it's not a reality. Imagine if in a survival show there was a fight scene like Bad Girls Club. I can imagine it. It's like the score comes up and they see the person at number 1, and then someone shouts out, why is she even up there? And then the number 1 person comes up to them, they start yelling and they start grabbing each other's hair. I would literally watch that show. I need that to be a thing. Survival show where they allow the trainees to fight and actively say how much they dislike each other. It would be so much more fun. And they get so many more Western viewers. Ugh. But like, it wouldn't be good for Korea because you have to keep a squeaky clean image, even though like no one's squeaky clean. I don't know. It would be so good. Girl, what happened to that one girl who slayed the Fiesta cover? I don't even know. I don't even know. I have like a majority of them who didn't make it. I have no idea where they are. I only know the one girl who I can't remember her name right now is in Billy. Urina is doing her thing in Japan, and no, I don't know where she is either. I don't really know. Hee-jin and Chaibing wore matching necklaces during the finale. Sis, if Hee-jin could replace one of them girls with Chaibing, we know she would. She doesn't love everyone there. Oh, obviously. You know how many people probably kissed ass to Hee-jin because they knew it would get them more screen time? That's actually sad because it would definitely be a thing that would happen. Oh my gosh. There are probably people like, Unni, oh my gosh, you're so amazing. I love you. You deserve the world. Even if I don't make it in, I need you to make it in for me, for us. Hee-jin, Unni, I love you. Like, then like, did the camera get that? Everyone, I love Hee-jin. Did everyone get that? I just know that's what some people tried to do, and it never made it on the show. Child, I could not do a survival show because someone says something and these hands are flying. No, for real. Because if I got a place up on like the top 13 or whatever and no one clapped, I'd have to say something on live TV or whatever. I'd have to. I really would. OMG, for real. They overpraised Hee-jin for real. We know it was for cloud, sis. It was. It's just to get points from Cheshire and Cheshire. Okay. I know it's just to get points from people like Hee-jin and people who like will vote for anyone who Hee-jin likes. Y'all are not slick. We know you don't really love her that much. We know you don't. Stop lying to yourselves. Heejin, honey, you're so amazing. I love you so much. Like, Heejin is awesome. She's the moment. But, like, calm down. Calm down. If you're talented, you'll... if you can curate a fan base, you'll do fine. As a Cheshire, I fell for their praises. Like, no, because they're smart about it. Going on, Heejin, Annie, I love you. You're so amazing, beautiful. Did the camera get that? Hello? Oh, hello. I love Heejin. She's amazing. Like, I love that. Oh, so funny. Oh, I would be pet. I'd make such backhanded compliments. I'd be like, oh yeah, so-and-so was really good in the stage. If you just squint your eyes a little bit, they were actually following the choreography really well. But I'd make it sound like, it was an actual compliment. Ooh. And you know what? Western fans would love me for that. Western fans would be like, oh, she's so mean. I like that. She's so mean. But they wouldn't take it as me actually being mean. They'd take it as me, like, being different, Unless I got the petty, Sometimes Western stands like to act like they are also K-netizens, and they just like to be like, oh, we don't like people being mean. Sure you do. Sure you don't. Like, you don't like people being mean. Whatever. Please, the way they talked about Heejin and Zhaoting's cells, talking about how amazing they were. Girl, we know damn well behind the scenes they were salty. Nah. They're like, I don't like them. They're taking my position in the team. I came so far for this. Just to get overdone by someone's sister and someone from another group. Give other people a chance. Like, I know someone said that. I just know someone said that. Nah. Whenever Heejin spoke, everyone was squashing into the frame. No, because now I have to see clips of it. It's actually funny. It's actually funny because it's very true. It's very true. Everyone wanted to be close to her. And once they saw the other people who were famous, they would go to them. Like, they would spread out to the other famous people on the show. Like, we understand. You want to be in the group. Heejin got saved with helicopter because boy, oh boy, I thought CLC was television company. Oh, what about TLC, the learning channel? Oh my gosh. I know some girlies party when Chiping was no, because with the piñata and everything. A piñata shaped like her too. Pew, pew, pew. Ah! Like, oh my gosh. Maybe everyone was just nice and I'm making my own story, but I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe everyone on that show was as nice and amazing as they were trying to portray on TV. I doubt it. It can't be real. And you would do it too for a check. No, because even if I don't get in the group, okay, here's your plan. If you're going on a survival show, you basically have to get close with a famous person, kiss their ass, do a little bit, you don't have to do a lot, but do a little bit, look pretty, and then once you get eliminated, go to another agency, like a nice agency that has good music, and you're set. Like, you don't need to make it into the group to do well. Just kiss up. Kiss up. Not the piñata. Girl, I'm screaming. It would be a piñata with hair and everything. Ugh. I know they were happy. I know they were happy. Boys Planet 99 will be way more fair, contract way more long. You know, I'm not planning on watching Boys Planet. I stopped watching survival shows. I don't care enough. I don't care enough. Um I don't know. I don't want to put myself through like expecting something and then not getting it. It's a sad life, you know? I don't want to expect something that will never happen. Boys Planet will be interesting. You know, I do wonder what it will be like behind the scenes. I don't really know how boys navigate like competition. I know how girls navigate, so I know how Girls Planet contestants would act behind the scenes. But when it comes to the boys, I don't know. Like I have brothers, but like I don't know what they're like among their friends if there's a competition or something. I mean, there might be fights. I'm sensing like in the Boys Planet dorms, like one of them starts talking and the other one gets mad and they get up in each other's faces and someone's like, whoa, 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 guys, calm down. We're on a show and our dreams are to become an idol. We need to stick together. Something like that. And everyone would be like, damn, you're so corny as hell. I don't know. Something like that. No. Here's my plan one. Have a person like have like a cute or hot person, then do the complete opposite. So you get OMG, she's so versatile. And the fandom be hustling and just, yes, a debut. No, literally smile and then frown, and everyone would be like, oh wow, she's different from other idols. She has feelings and she's a bad bee. Mm-hmm. Literally just make them think that you're just the best. Be like mean, but not mean, you know? Be like, I just don't like you can't be honest. Be like, I really love that these people are just so nice to me. But then when you're working and doing the show and doing performances, be like, oh wow, she's so like stoic. She has no feelings. Just you be have feelings and they'll call you versatile. OMG, her stage presence is out of this world and girly pulling a Debbie Ryan. Literally, squint your eyes a little bit and then just have a little smirk, and everyone automatically thinks you're just the greatest performer in existence. It is truly amazing. I feel like there would be actual physical altercations. No, because I actually think so too. Because I think it's just different with girls. Like, I don't think we really get into fights as much unless we get really angry. Boys, on the other hand, I know this for a fact because I have brothers. Boys, on the other hand, one thing tips them off. All of a sudden, it's getting physical. Like, damn, chill. Oh my. Do y'all not have a job, bots? What are you doing? Weirdos. But yeah, I think it's just like I think there would be a lot more physical altercations with boy survival shows too, because they're just I don't know, they get more violent like that. Not to be mean, but like I see it. They're a lot more physical. Even when boys like are being friends with each other, they get into little fights. I see it all the time at school. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Oh wow, we're almost at 5 hours. I kind of want to make it to a 5 hour live and then stop it. I think 5 hours is the longest I'll go, cause well, I need to live. Damon pulls a Debbie Ryan in the move choreo. It's hilarious. I have to look at that again. He does. Oh wow. The bots got no life. No, literally, they don't have a life. They're in fact bots. They have no life. I'm always thinking if they had this type of girl group survival show in the West, chat, I would watch it. I would watch it. Oh my gosh. I'd watch it so much. Because they'd be able to actually express how they feel on that show. Would they get hate? Yeah, but like at least they'd be allowed. And we'd actually see them have fights. It's so good. It would be so good. I need that. Like, I don't know. There's just something so cool about a show like where they'd actually be able to express their dislike for each other. I don't know why that's so taboo. Is it because like some of them might make it into the same group? Okay, whatever. They're going to have to learn to like each other then, I guess. And that will be even more fun to watch. Like the whole thing about survival shows, it's not about the talent, it's about the competition. No one's here to watch the talent, at least me. I'm here to see the girls fight. I'm here to see the girls tussle. So it gets really annoying when there's no drama. I am the type of person who Mnet tries to appeal to when they try to create drama. That's me. But it doesn't work because edited drama that's not real or trying to make someone look terrible, it doesn't work on me. That's not going to work on me. You have to make it authentic. There's authentic dislike in that show. I know that some of the girls didn't like each other, but instead they try to make fake drama out of Chinese trainees and stuff like that. And it just feels super authentic or inauthentic. Let the girls get into fights. Let them, bite marks. What? Imagine. Just on live TV, on television, someone just bites them. Oh my gosh. Oh, I just thought about something even better. What would be better is y'all know when Kanye West interrupted Taylor Swift? Terrible. Feels so bad for Taylor. But it would be so funny if it happened on a Korean survival show. Like the girls are performing and oh my gosh, the girls are performing and all of a sudden one of the contestants goes up and wait a second. I'm going to need you to give me a little minute, but my group had the greatest on stage performance of all time. I was that'd be so on a Korean survival show. I know the song, I know the whole thing, I know everything about that whole entire moment, word for word. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Zhao Ting. I'm gonna need you to give me a little minute. But my group had the best performance of all time. And then the contestant just leaves. I'm sorry. I feel so bad for the group. That person who went up there would get so much hate. And like, oh, that would be so terrible. I don't know if you stand. Wait, what? She's leaving? What? Wait. Huh? Why is she leaving? Wait, what? What? Hmm. What? Oh, wait. She's actually leaving. Wait, why? Wait, why is it health reasons? See, I'm shocked. I'm quiet. But is it health reasons? Or is it just like she wants to do something else, or is she tired of the industry? That's totally okay. She's tired, or any reason is she wants to leave, but I'm confused. Wait, what? What? So wait, huh? It's real. I'm checking Twitter right now. It's real. What? Don't make me laugh. I'm not in a serious mood. So that made me laugh. Promise 8? But apparent literally there's a someone posted on Twitter rule number 1. The first rule of K-pop is that you should never add the exact number of members to your group name. So keep it Promise 9 so that we don't lose anyone else. But what the heck? And Promise 8 doesn't really sound. Wait, dang, we can't have anything. Why does K-pop keep it is always girl groups? Can something happen to boy groups for a second, please? Let me breathe. Let me live. I just want to have fun and enjoy the music and be like, "Oh wow, awesome." But they keep doing this to me. And they know that I mostly stand girl groups. Next thing you know, I'm asking for boy groups. It's going to be something about TXT. If I ever hear that a TXT member is leaving, I'm deleting my channel. Don't hold me to that. Don't hold me to that. But figuratively, I'm deleting my channel. I'm going to have to take a few days to mourn because no. Jen, oh, what in the world? Oh my gosh. Please give a boy group some problems to give us a break. No, because really, it's too much girl groups. It's too much. Girl groups can't be having all these problems. It's not their fault they're carrying music right now. Like, they can't help that. Sorry. Like, all hype girl groups in trouble. I don't get it. What what is wrong with this company? Oh my gosh. Why can't they keep something good? Why? What is the problem? What is wrong with Hive? Every girl needs to get out of the Hive building. As in not just the idols, but like every girl employee needs to get out of that building. There's some evil testosterone in it and it's killing everyone off. I tell you, it is. There's no other way. There is no other way. I Next thing you know, we're gonna hear From is disbanded. I'm not saying that into the world. I'm not saying that. I literally rebuked that statement. Sorry. Nope. Mm-mm. Hybe is struggling with their girl groups. Ramas with Yuri, Garam, Min Hee-jin. The curse is real. I'm telling, it's too real. I, what is going on? What is going on? Oh my gosh. Hype is in its bozo era. Big bozo. BB. They're actually I'm shocked. What is with Hype? What's wrong with them? I'm genuinely worried for them. OMG, the Hype girl group curse. The OMG being a girl group under Hype is a curse. It is. I'm convinced now. I think it is divine intervention. I have to. I'm convinced now. I don't think it's just Hype anymore. I think it's genuinely like something evil. It's a pyramid scheme. It is. This can't be happening. I can't take more of this chaos. No, because what's up with Hype? Get your company in check. Idols are leaving. Groups are disbanding. Pedophiles are welcomed in. What are you doing? What are you doing with your company? Is this how you run your house? Do you just let everyone in your house and everyone out? I mean, I hope you let everyone out of your house. That would be weird. But do you just let everyone in? Like, what is this? Like, please, this has to be a joke. That's what I'm saying. Why? Like, is there a reason? I'm not mad at Yuri. I want to know why. But we won't know anything. It's so sad. I want to know what's going on. Oh my gosh. They didn't pay up the Illuminati. The devil is firing back. Oh. This is K-pop's era against girl groups and Hype. It is. Hype is literally having their downfall moment. I don't know. It is genuinely sad though, especially because we don't know the reason why. It could be something like she just didn't agree on the contract or whatever. I don't know. Maybe she found something out about Hybe that wasn't good. I don't know. Maybe she just wanted to leave because she had enough. It's just sad, you know. I need to know why it always happens to the girl groups in that company. I don't see this much about boy groups in there. I don't know. BTS on a hiatus equals Hybe mental breakdown. Hybe is the toxic ex that just can't do anything without you being there. BTS is a victim. BTS is a victim, and because of that, Hybe is going crazy. So now all these other groups, especially girl groups, are victims. Like, I'm so sorry. I got into them too last year, and Yuri was somewhat of my bias. Like, I can't have anything. I can't have nothing. I can't. It angers me. Why can't I have anything nice? Why? Why am I so devastated about Yuri leaving when I don't even stand? It's because like everything in Hive is just going wrong. Like like it's everything in Hive is just going wrong. I don't understand it. And you can't have Promise 9 without 9. It's weird. It's weird. It does suck. Cuz I actually really I liked her in the group. I don't get this. Why is she going? Dang. Someone talk about something nice. I'm ending this thing in 5 hours and um it's 4:56. Someone say something happy something funny, please. Sorry. Revel up, Haru. It hurts, but it's fun too. Oh, stop. Promise 8 just sounds corny. Like, oh, Promise 8 sounds corny as hell. I swear, they better not change that. That would be so disrespectful. Like, Promise will always be 9. Just because a member left doesn't mean that, you know. I mean, it does, but it doesn't mean it. My fish did a backflip. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. My dog stepped on a bee. That is pretty cool. Cocoa butter is good for your skin. It is, guys. You guys, cocoa butter is amazing for your skin. I like Nivea cocoa butter. Why am I getting... Oh. Okay. My phone just went on to my thing. Cocoa butter is really good for your skin. Y'all should really try it. Yeah. Cocoa butter is the way. I don't know what to tell you. It smells good. And, thinking about Promise 9 is also from us. I didn't even know that. Wait, really? I could see that. But it feels so weird because they feel just so synergy. Like, it feels so synergized. It doesn't feel like they were a survival show group like Monster X. My dog stepped on a bee. Girl, stop. I will never forget about that line. Too iconic. And the little face move she does. Acting was so good. Her acting was so good, honestly. Cocoa butter and shea butter. That's the way. You don't need any other type of cream. Once you have that, you're set for life. I don't know. You'll never have ashy knees. Unless you were me when I was like 4. I never rubbed my knees. I never did nothing to my knees. I always had ashy knees. Like, I don't know why I wouldn't cream my knees. I always had ashy knees, and it was just so bad. Yes, promises from we called them Fraud Miss 9 just to be Oh, Idol School. I know Idol School. Oh, wow. Cocoa butter and shea butter paved the way. Yes, it did. Not just for ashy knees, but for K-pop, for everything. I feel like I feel like Obama used cocoa butter every day, so I think we all should. I think that's how it goes, I use cocoa butter not every day. I use other creams now too. I'm diverse. But use cocoa butter if y'all aren't using it. Trust me. It's the way. Okay. We reached 5 hours, guys. Honestly, I think that's like a round of applause. I've never streamed that long. I've never streamed that long and still had much more to say. Like, I still have a lot to say, but I need to, debrief and get prepared for the day I have tomorrow because I have a lot of tests to do for math. But yeah, I had a fun time, guys. I had a lot of fun. This was very lit. Ew, I hate saying lit. This was very je ne sais quoi exciting. This was very nice. I liked this. I'm getting more comfortable on here. I hope you guys can notice that. Yeah. You're just all really fun people. You're all really fun people. It's like talking to a bunch of friends, you know? And I hope if anything's going bad in your life, it goes good. Sorry. If anything's going wrong in your life, I hope that this live could help you feel better in any type of way. Oh, thank you. Goodbye, guys. I'm gonna end the live now. See ya.